Good afternoon. Welcome to the afternoon experiment. My name is Emanuel Livingston. I'm with you for a little bit. We'll see how long. Y'all know I got some stuff to do. I always got stuff to do. One of these days, I'm going to not have anything to do. But this ain't that day. Good afternoon. Thank you for checking out the show. Let's get right to the hellos. Robert Willis. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Robert Willis. He's first out the gate. Anthony Prosser. He's first on Facebook. Good afternoon. Regina Denson Griffin, Madisonville. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Nick Brown, representing beautiful Blue Ash. Good afternoon, Nick. And hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Rounding out the top 5, Brenda Early, representing Fairfield. Good afternoon. Thank you guys for checking us out early. Thank you. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate all y'all, but y'all know how I do. DeAndre Crosby. It's been a long day. I'll tell y'all about it. DeAndre Crosby, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Pamela Kinney, representing North Avondale. Good afternoon, Pamela. Maria Smith out there in North College Hill. Good afternoon. Daryl Carpenter, representing Forest Peasy. Where the G's be? I don't know why stuff like that tickle me. Good afternoon, Daryl. Drea in the house representing Sycamore Township. What's up, Drea? Fame says that Edsel is here to serve the people of Gross Peace. I'm telling you, it's funny to me, but only until I see that it's real. Once I see it's real, your name won't be funny. But until then, like a brother gave himself the name Edsel. Why would you call yourself Edsel? I don't know. But if your mama named you Edsel, okay, that's not funny. That's not funny. But if you did, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. Let's see. Dwayne Larkin representing Mount Airy. I'm still laughing about Edsel. It tickles me. I don't know why. Andrea Bustle representing downtown. Good afternoon. I'm sorry, I felt like I shortchanged Dwayne Larkin. Dwayne Larkin representing Mount Airy. Good afternoon, Dwayne. Good afternoon. I appreciate you. Andrea Bustle representing downtown. Good afternoon to you, Andrea. Good afternoon. Diane Huddleston Angel, representing Coleraine Township. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Got Tria Gaines in the house. Classy as always, representing Avondale. Good afternoon, Tria. Good afternoon. DeWanda Wise Hunter. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Daryl say he got blocked from the Cincinnati NAACP Facebook page because he checked them for posting some dumb stuff and said their whole organization is a joke. Oh, that's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that you feel that way, and it's unfortunate that they blocked you for expressing how you feel. Let me see. Valisa. I still feel like that's Valissa. I feel like it's Valissa. Love it. Good afternoon. She's representing Blue Ash. Good afternoon. I corrected it, man. I corrected it. Thought about I slaughtered your name, DeAndre. I corrected it. What more can you expect? Terry Anderson representing downtown. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Terry. Samuel Campbell Jr. representing Bond Hill. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Twin Eugene Joyner. What's up? Good afternoon. Jacqueline Carter. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Ain't that somebody famous name? Like, was that Wonder Woman? No, that was something else. Wasn't one of the chicks from the chick that used to Kelly from Charlie's Angels? Wasn't her name Jacqueline Carter? I don't know why. Every time I see that name, hold on, I'm sorry, I gotta look it up now. I gotta look it up. See, I'm one of the people who believe as long as you got the internet, you should never have unanswered questions. You should never have I did not have my thumbs up. I was holding my hand like this. Um, um, what did I say? I'm sorry, that was Jacqueline Smith. Okay. All of that just to find out I was wrong. It happens. It happens. Jacqueline Carter, good afternoon, representing Evanston. Reese Mooney in the house, representing Fairfield. Good afternoon, Reese Mooney. Something in my throat. Lewis Talbert. Good afternoon, Lewis Talbert. Dee Dee Williams, representing Covedale. Good afternoon. Candy D, representing Coleraine Township. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I said I thought it was Valissa. She says, no, it's Valisa. Okay, if you say so. But I'm telling you, it's Valissa. You can mispronounce it if you want to. It's your name. But take my word for it. It's Valissa. But we'll call you Valisa since it seems to make you feel better. Daryl says, you should see what they allow other people to post on their page. Let's just say it was some ridiculous LGBTQ stuff. All right. Got Lamont Jones representing Westwood. Good afternoon. Now, Lamont Jones is Valerie Davis, right? Okay, thank you, Tria. So I'm mixing them up. It was Jacqueline Smith was Kate. She used to do her hands like that, you know, karate. Jacqueline Smith was Kate on Charlie's Angels, the TV series. And Linda Carter was Wonder Woman. You got to spin. And her name is Jacqueline Carter, so I'm mashing up two names together. So, okay. Thank you, Tria. And Diane just drove that point home. Thank you, Diane. Let me see. Same guy who blocked me. I'm not participating in none of the beefs. I got enough of my own. Oh, let's see. Nat Turner, good afternoon. Jacqueline Carter is Nellie from Gimme Break. You're wrong, like almost on everything that you said. I believe her name was Nell Carter, not Nellie. And I believe Nell Carter was her actual name. And it's Gimme a Break, not Gimme Break. But I appreciate your participation. I appreciate it. James Benta says, Vancouver in the house. Good afternoon, James. Crystal Hoskins in the house representing the Christ Hospital. Good afternoon. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm going through to say hello. Tanika in the house representing beautiful Orlando, Florida. Good afternoon, Tanika. I hope you're having a wonderful time in beautiful Orlando, Florida, my dear friend. Because it's a beautiful day here. Terrence been shouting you out on the Lincoln Ware Show lately. I haven't had much of an opportunity to listen to the Lincoln Ware Show lately. So I'm glad, Terrence is a good dude. LaDonna says, hey, I'm glad I checked. All right, I'm glad you checked too. And good to see you, LaDonna. Brent Beard in the house, representing Arkansas. All right. Let me see. I I once, what? Okay, I'm sorry that I read that. Um, Let me see. I thought Wonder Woman was fine when I was a child. Uh, I thought she was, I mean, I thought she was attractive too. My daddy used to always talk about her legs. But yeah, I thought Linda Carter was an attractive woman when I was a kid. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. I've said hello. I've said hello. Black Lion. I'm beefing with. Well, okay. Hold on. Let me take that back. I got a problem with Black Lion. I got a problem with Black Lion. Black Lion called Wyatt's show yesterday and talked to him. I think that was yesterday. And talked to him. He never calls my show. He never calls my show and talks to me. So yeah, no, I don't really have problems with you. It was good to hear from you on Wyatt's show. It was good to hear from you. Do Lincoln Where's the Voice? You do it well. I think you mean you're talking and he's saying do Lincoln Ware's voice. You do it well. I don't do a Lincoln Ware voice. I don't. Okay, I think that's it. I think that's all the hellos. To anyone checking us out who chose to not say hello, thank you for checking us out. I appreciate you for checking us out. Even though you played me, you wouldn't say hi to me, and my feelings are hurt because of it. But it's all right. If you don't care about my feelings being hurt, then it's okay. But my feelings hurt. But I'm going to try to move past it. I accidentally broke the boycott today. I accidentally broke a boycott today. Okay, let me explain. First, I broke the Target boycott today. But I want to explain and place blame on somebody other than me, okay? Because it's not right that I should have this burden all by myself. So I got the little baby with me, and, I got to go pick up some supplies. So I run to my specialty shop and pick up my supplies. But there are certain supplies that I don't buy from the specialty shop because I can get them much cheaper anywhere else. Like literally anywhere else I can get stuff cheaper. And so I happen to be, driving past Target and I'm like, okay, yeah, I can get that. I just completely forgot about the Target boycott because I haven't been to Target in so long. I don't even think about Target anymore. And I guess not thinking about Target at all made me forget about the boycott. I know it don't make sense, but I forgot. And so me and little baby driving, and I get in the car, and I run in and grab my 2 items, run out, don't think nothing of it. Come home, bring little baby. Her mama come and pick her up. Minding their own business, they going about their way. I'm doing what I'm doing. And I get a call. Out of nowhere. And, it's my daughter. And I'm thinking something is wrong. Something wrong with the little baby. She had left some stuff here, so maybe she about to say, hey, I need to come back and get this stuff, whatever. I get a call, and my daughter says, Daddy, and of course I say, what? And she says, little baby told on you. She don't call her little baby. She said, Sophia told on you. I'm like, what? Told on me what? What do you mean told on me? I ain't did nothing to be told on, number one. I'm grown as hell, number two. And anything that I did. And she's like, yeah, she told on you that you went to Target. I'm like, I didn't think that was a secret. Like, ain't no telling on me. I went to Target. And she's like, so you broke the boycott. Yeah, she told me that you broke the boycott. And then it hit me like, oh, we boycotting Target. Oh, I totally forgot. And then I hear little baby in the background. Yeah, he broke the boycott. He not supposed to go to Target. And I'm like, oh, so she telling on me. She telling on me. And of course, one of the first things I did was I said, I'm quite proud. I didn't say, but I thought I'm proud that she know about the Target boycott and that she wants to honor it. But at the same time, I'm like, put her on the phone. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking, I didn't actually say this. Why did she let me go to Target? I keep telling her that it is part of her responsibility to keep me in line. That is part of her job. So she completely let us down. That little baby let us down and let me break the Target boycott. How dare she let me break the Target boycott? Hold on. As a matter of fact, hold on. Let me see. Y'all know I don't memorize phone numbers. So I always have to look them up. Oh, stop it. What are you doing? Now, this will be a trick because my daughter never answers when I call her. Like, she never answered. How do you make a call on this thing? I'm sorry, y'all, I'm on my phone system. How do I make a call on this thing? Contacts, no. Activity, no. Search, no. I just want to make a call. How do you make a call? Y'all, I got a whole phone system here, and I never call anybody. Do I go here? Yes, okay. Enter all right. And do I hit enter? See if she answers. She never answers. She hung up on me. This is like my normal life, trying to call my daughter. This is normal. Call.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
Hello?
Hi, I just got a call from this number.
Yes, my name is Emanuel Livingston.
Oh. Hey, whose number is this?
What?
Whose number is this?
This is my number for the show. 513-717-KING. 513-717-5464.
Oh, how can I help you?
Why you got your white person voice on?
I didn't know who it was.
You still with the little baby?
I am.
I need to talk to the little baby. I'm on the air, by the way.
Okay.
Hello?
Little baby.
What?
Why did you let me break the boycott?
Target.
I don't know.
When we pulled up the Target, why didn't you say, grandfather, the boycott, you're not supposed to be going to Target?
I don't know what boycott means.
Yeah. Then how did you tell that I broke the boycott?
I said Target.
Yeah, he's asking how did you know not that we don't go there?
You told me.
Then why did you let me? Who told you we wasn't supposed to go there?
My mom.
Then why did you let me go?
I didn't know we were going there.
But when we got there, you could have said, grandfather, we're not supposed to shop at Target.
I like Target.
Oh, you used it as an excuse to go? That's even worse. That's even worse.
No, I like Target.
But you were supposed to keep me out of Target. Now, just so you know, it is your fault that I broke the boycott.
Uh-uh.
Uh-huh.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, you were supposed to say, Grandfather, we don't shop at Target.
You're the one who forgot.
But what do I keep telling you? Your responsibility is to keep me from doing things that I ain't got no business doing, right?
Uh-uh. No.
So that's twice you let me down today.
No.
Yes. First, you let me go blind. And then second, you let me go to Target.
I didn't let you go blind. You're the one who did it. I don't know how to drive the Popeyes.
What? I'm not sure what you're saying now, but you let me go blind and you let me break the boycott. I'm not happy right now.
You're the one who went in the wrong door yourself, and you're the one who let yourself go blind, and you're the one who forgot that you're not allowed to go to Target.
I don't know what part of this you're not understanding. It is your responsibility to keep me from doing stuff that I ain't got no business doing. Well, I'm disappointed in you for making me disappointed in me. That's it.
You did it all yourself.
You're responsible.
You did it yourself.
Yeah, okay. See, that's
You went in there.
that's that not wanting to take responsibility for your part in it. And I don't like that. You got to take responsibility for your part.
Yeah.
All right, you getting your hair done?
I'm already done.
Oh. Okay. Well, you bringing the Nintendo Switch back so that I can dominate you?
No.
So I just have to be lonely?
You not bringing it back, or are you not bringing it back so he can dominate you?
What does dominate mean again?
Beat you bad.
Uh-oh.
You know what dominate mean. Every time I play you in something,
just said
I
that.
dominate you. You know. I got to go. You won't take responsibility for your part, and so I got to go.
He told on you. He sure did tell. Well, both of y'all need to do better.
Well, enjoy Chicago.
I will.
All right. Talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Yeah, she let me break the boycott. That's right, Tanika. A lot of I have to put a lot of responsibility on her. I have to. How's she gonna say she liked Target? But I like Target. All right. But other than that, and I do think I saw somebody said take everything back. I haven't even looked in the bag. So I really do. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'll return everything because I don't need anything immediately. So I might even, once I get off the air, I might return everything to, that's kind of a far drive, but I might return everything to Target anyway. And I'll stop somewhere else. I did tell you I was live. I said I'm on the air. What do you think that means? It was my daughter talking about you didn't tell me you were live. Yeah, I did. I did. So, all right. So that's that. Other than that, what else is going on? What else is going on? There was a lot of violence last night, apparently. Yesterday, last night, all of that good stuff. I'm one of them people who, it ain't no answer for this stuff. It ain't no answer. There's no answer. There's no solution. No solution where we're going to come up with something that's going to wipe out crime. That's just not going to happen. And I know everybody's trying to come up with solutions. And I guess the most prevalent solutions out there are lock them up and lock up the parents. Hold parents accountable, which again, that's not a new solution. That's not a solution, but it's not a new solution. People been saying that stuff since I was a teenager, way back in the 1900s. People been talking about hold the parents responsible, hold the parents responsible. And I was listening to Wyatt yesterday, and he was talking about holding parents responsible and how the city manager is now saying we're going to hold parents responsible, and how she's the first public official basically to ever say hold parents responsible. And I'm like, that's not true. She's not. Many public officials have said it. They've been talking about this stuff, really since before I was born, I'm sure. And it sounds great. But that's not gonna solve problems. It's not gonna solve the problems. It's just not. What we're dealing with is human nature. What is human nature? Yes, it is in some people's, just in total, not in every individual's nature, but that's the nature of us as people. People get violent with people from, probably the first caveman, if you believe in cavemen, probably the first caveman saw something that the second caveman had that he wanted and tried to take it from him, and they got into a fight. Instead of asking, they're like, and then he'll be like, and, they make a fair exchange. It's just human nature. People are going to commit acts of violence against people. People going to steal from people. It's going to happen. So on top of it being human nature, culturally, it's just one of the things that we do. We, culture being American culture. It's one of the things that we do. And then as you kind of break it down even further, and you're looking at Black American culture, which is multifaceted, but there is a segment of Black American culture, I would say it's actually the majority of us, and I'm including myself in it, who we celebrate the wrong stuff. We promote the wrong stuff. We don't know we're doing it because it's not our intention. But when we call people soft, that's not used as a compliment. You know what I'm saying? The only time being soft is used as a compliment, well, maybe not the only time, but one of the only times when being soft is used as a compliment is, when a man and a woman are making love. And he's telling her how soft it is. That's the only time that being soft is used as a compliment. That's it. Nobody ever said, look at that soft brother over there, and said it as a compliment. And what do we mean when we say soft? Not aggressive, even tempered, even keel, don't fly off the handle. And he's soft. Oh, we about to go do this. Nah, I'm all right. You soft. What do that mean? Whatever it is y'all was going to do, he made a decision that he wasn't going to participate in it because it didn't fit with his nature. Thus, he's soft. When you say that, you kind of, as an insult, you're kind of celebrating not being soft. Being rough, being tough, being hard. That's almost always a compliment, including when a man and a woman are, and she tells him, but it's never, very rarely ever, used as an insult. That means, what? You're aggressive. You're overly assertive. We celebrate that stuff. We celebrate that stuff. Again, we're not thinking when we say it. We're not thinking, I want you to go out and shoot somebody and be a criminal, be a thug, as they say. We're not thinking that, but that's what we celebrate. I'm not picking on Wyatt, but one of the terms that he used when he talks about somebody, say a person doing right. And he'll start talking about a person doing what's right. And he'll be like, not that I'm Mr. Goodbar. Being Mr. Goodbar is not a compliment. It's an insult. It's an insult. But what does it mean? In the context that when it's being talked about, it means a person that does the right thing all the time. Who wants to be Mr. Goodbar? Who wants to be Mr. Goody Two Shoes or whatever terminology you use to talk about someone who does the right thing all the time? Nobody. Nobody wants to be called that. Because it's not called that as a compliment. It's not. So culturally, we celebrate people who don't do the right thing. And then we look at people not doing the right thing and say, how could they do that? Something need to be done. Well, you was just celebrating it 10 minutes ago when you was talking about, somebody being soft and, not being soft and not being Mr. Goodbar or Mr. Goody Two Shoes or whatever. You was just downing people who do the right thing all the time. And now you can't understand why people are out here doing the wrong thing. It's not going to change. It's not going to stop. Holding parents accountable. First, is almost impossible to do it right and fair. Anthony Prosper says, nobody wants to be a square, according to Brother Twin. Right. You do the right thing. Like me, I ain't never been in a gang and, any of that kind of stuff. And what do he call me? Oh, I forgot you a square. That's not a compliment. He's not saying that as a compliment. You a neutron. I'll be honest, he's the only person I heard that from. I'm not saying it's not a saying that people say, but he's the only one I've ever heard that from. And when he said it, I knew it wasn't meant as a compliment. Because that's not what we celebrate. Alethea says, the attitudes are different because adults teach bad attitudes to them. These younger people are aggressive. Black Lion say, I want to call in and talk about when Lincoln Ware was trying to fight at Junebug's restaurant, being that he was talking about the youth and their violence. Well, call in. You can call in. I'm all right with you calling in. B-Rab say, I'm a square. I'm a civilian. Never been to prison. And they say, B-Rab, that you got a lot of sugar in your tank. I think that might be because you've never been to prison. This is a man that's never been to prison. And because he's never been to prison, y'all say he got a lot of sugar in his tank. See what I'm saying? They did say that, B-Rab. I didn't make that up. But yeah, so those are just parts of the reason why I don't think anything is going to change. Things are going to continually get worse until our society, which again, I don't think this is ever going to happen, until our society makes up its mind where we stand and does a serious assessment and then says, yeah, we're standing on the wrong side of this. We're standing on the wrong side. Being soft is good. Being a square is good. Not being overly aggressive is good. All of those things, that's all good. But in all honesty, and I'm asking this of all of the whole parents responsible people, do you genuinely believe people running around doing drive-bys, shooting people on the street, breaking into cars, stealing guns, causing chaos and confusion at events and stuff like that, the criminals in our society? Do you really believe? And I'm talking underage criminals. Like somebody likes to keep bringing up the 15-year-old hitman. Do you really think the 15-year-old hitman is concerned about whether or not his mama gonna get a ticket? Like, he about to shoot somebody for money. He's about to take a life for money. And you think, in that moment, he thinking, ooh, if I get caught, my mama gonna have to pay a $150 ticket. I better not kill this guy. You really think that's what's going through his mind? You really think that even if, ooh, my mama might have to do 90 days in jail if I kill this dude, I'm not gonna kill this dude because I don't want to see my mama go to jail. He not worried about him doing multiple life sentences. What makes you think he gonna be worried about his mama going to jail? And when you think about the people that we're talking about, hey, we need to do something about these people. These people we need to do something about. You really think they worried about their mama getting a ticket or having to go to parenting classes or even going to jail? You really think that's what they concerned about? Hold on. Let me, because people maybe they don't think, hey, I don't think that that's going to change them, but that'll make the parents act better. Okay. Do you really think a parent who, for whatever reason, has raised a 15-year-old hitman, you really think the idea of having to pay a ticket is going to make them rein in a 15-year-old hitman? See, because what you have to think, at least in my opinion, what you have to think is these parents that are going to be held accountable, what do they know? Say, well, she might not know that he 15-year-old hitman, but she know that it's 3 o'clock in the morning and she don't know where he is. Right. She knows that it's 3 o'clock in the morning and she does not know where he is. You think the threat of a ticket is going to make her get up at 3 o'clock in the morning and go find him? It's going to make her keep him in the house. She already know that she don't know where he is at 3 o'clock in the morning. You think a ticket going to do that? Oh, I might spend a little bit of time in jail. A person, this part is my opinion. A person who's got a teenager and they don't know and or care where they're at 3 o'clock in the morning, that's a person who ain't worried about going to jail. Their priorities are messed up. The type of person that's raising a 15-year-old hitman is the type of person that ain't worried about going to jail. So really, the only people who this even has a chance of influencing are those kind of marginal kids. Ain't really doing nothing, just living out kind of their cultural norms. And so we're saying, let's punish their parents. Again, because we're not talking about the people who are actually out here shooting and killing people. They don't care. They're shooting and killing people. They don't care. So you're talking about what? Somebody who might be on the street that gets into a fight. Because I'm convinced that the people breaking into cars for guns are probably the people who are out here shooting, killing people. You know what I'm saying? Some crossover there. Those people don't care. Holding their parents responsible ain't gonna change nothing with them. They already doing what they doing. So again, now we're talking about marginal kids who may or may not be doing anything wrong. Somebody who out past curfew. Somebody who running in a crowd. We gonna charge their parents with a crime and give their parents a criminal record because they were running during Juneteenth. Because they was hanging out in the street and got into a fight like we did when we was little. They parents gonna get a criminal record for that. And we comfortable with that because that's gonna change society. Here's what I agree with. Parents should be responsible for their children. And I think most are. I think the overwhelming majority of parents are doing the very best they can to raise their children. Again, I looked at the numbers, and if you attribute every single crime in the city of Cincinnati to a young black person, it's still less than a half of a percent. Wasn't it like 0.037%? 0.5 is less than a half of a percent. So if you're talking about 100 people, 0.5 is a half of a person. 0.03 is take that half of a person and then you take a third of that person. The third of that half person. So the overwhelming majority of black parents in Cincinnati and Hamilton County are doing what they're supposed to do. So for the third of a half of a person that's doing wrong, And again, that's if you attribute every violent crime, and some of them wasn't even violent, almost every crime in the city of Cincinnati to a black person, which we all know is not, well, we don't all know this, but I know that's not the case. But if you did, it would still be less than 0.5%. 0.037%. So why are we talking about this stuff like it's an epidemic? And it feel like an epidemic when you don't feel safe coming outside or going and doing whatever it is that you want to do. When you don't feel safe, it feel like an epidemic. If you've ever been caught in a drive-by, it feels like an epidemic. But it's not. Vernon says, that was your math. You didn't show the math. So we could see you did it correctly. I did. I told you every number that I pulled off the statistics that were put up about crime in 2024. I read off all the statistics. I added it. And I divided it by the number, and that was on the high end, which really means the number is lower. I did. I showed y'all the math. But if you don't believe me, do the math yourself. Go find Cincinnati crime statistics. They're out there. Find the number of young black people in Cincinnati. That number is out there. And do the math yourself. You might actually be calling in like, nah, man, you use the highest numbers. And so the truth is, it's like 0.0047%. Like the number is probably much lower. Edsel.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm outstanding. Pardon me. Great show per usual. You're an excellent orator, podcaster. Heard some very disturbing stuff on the previous show, Wyatt's show, and it's kind of percolating into the thoughts, I guess, through osmosis of your audience as well.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't get a chance to check out Wyatt today. What was he talking about?
Well, I don't know what his general topic was, but I heard him talking to a gentleman, middle-aged guy out of the Midwest. Always talking some gangster shit, but he's really a good colored boy. Talking about putting fear in, kids don't fear their parents. And I'm like, what's wrong with that? You're not supposed to fear your parents. If you're instilling fear in them, once they're no longer scared of you, watch them unleash the beast on society.
Well, now, again, I don't know exactly who it is that we're talking about, but let me say, I understand the idea of instilling fear in your children. And it's not the type of fear that you're thinking, or at least it's not to the degree. Like, I had what I call a healthy fear of my mother, which meant, and this is all it really means, I knew that if I did something wrong, I would get in trouble by my mom for doing something wrong. That is the fear that they're talking about, like coming home and facing your mother, whether that fear be, I have the fear of disappointing my parents. I have the fear of some corporal punishment. I have the fear of, that look in my mama's eye, whatever it is. That's what they mean when they say having fear of their parents. Not, I didn't come home like, oh no, mama coming home and go hide under the bed or nothing. But I had a genuine, I did not want to do anything wrong because I knew there would be consequences behind it. That's what they mean when they talk about a fear of your parents.
I couldn't agree less. Based on the two people that were talking, Wyatt and the other gentleman, they were talking about, that old black mantra of fucking kids up. We've never once been told how to reasonably approach our own children. From the black community, it's all spare the rod, spoil the child. You know, a book that was, you know, used to enslave a whole damn race of people for hundreds of years. And yet we're going to still follow the mantra and the ethos of that book. I wouldn't follow any of it, you know, especially when it comes to beating kids. You know, technology has changed. You know, the society has changed. You know, there's a handsome amount of technology out there for kids to be distracted from, or even just get into. They don't even got to be a distraction. It could be a healthy distraction for kids to get involved with. And yeah, we're still talking about some old dumb shit about going outside and playing and blah, 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 this, that, and the other. You know, black folk, wake up. It's 2025, not 1985.
Well, let me reject your premise that we haven't been taught or we don't talk about anything other than corporal punishment. I do think that is still prevalent, and I think it's a wonderful tool. But I agree it's not the only tool, and I believe that in particular with some of the younger parents that I know, they've kind of steered away from a lot of corporal punishment, and they use a whole lot of other different methods of disciplining their children.
They do, however, you know, shout out to Alicia, who is, you know, one of my favorites. You know, she has a great speaking voice, and she's one of the few women that'll actually come out and stand out on her own.
Alethea is a hater, just so.
Huh?
Alethea is a hater.
I mean, she might be. I don't know. You know, she might be. I don't know her like that. You know,
I'm just teasing Alethea. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say I reject your deposit, but you know, but she was, you know, she like she said in the audience, you know, getting whoopings, you know, made shit worse for her. You know, and I agree. The same thing for me. Don't you know that you keep your damn hands off of me. I ain't did nothing. All I did was open up an extra bag of cereal. Well, you know what I'm saying? Does that deserve hands?
Well, but hold on. Just for the record, I believe it's very important for people to understand that what works for one child might not work for another child. So, you know, you getting a whooping might not work for you, whereas a whooping might be what I need.
97% of black folks, all they want to do is fuck kids up.
I don't know.
Kids need to get their ass beat.
You just made that statistic
up
100%.
Sometimes these kids need their ass. These kids ain't got their ass whooped. Maybe that's not what they need. That's exactly what they don't need.
It might you might be right there. You might be right there, but some of them might need that.
No, I don't know anybody who a beating and didn't have to go and look at that person in the eye as if that was supposed to help you. Worked. I don't know anybody who's ever come from that. Most of the cats that I grew up with that came from single parent homes, they just had a mother who wasn't toxic, who kept a job, a career, wasn't bringing random niggas around her, you know, and wasn't influenced by, you know, she wasn't on drugs and partying with other women and things like that. They you know, our moms were about, you know, raising us, our sons, you know, their sons and whatnot.
But look, Fame, I'm not disagreeing, I guess, with the overall premise. Everybody and every disciplinary action doesn't need to be corporal punishment, right? I don't need to give you a whooping every time you do something wrong. But the idea that whoopings didn't work for me, so they can't work for nobody, I think is foolhardy.
I mean, I think foolhardy is an extreme adjective. You know, but that's what you do for 20 years. That's what we know you to do. Be a cynic, you know, say wild shit, you know, and
I think I'm being the reasonable person here, Fame. I'm being the reasonable person. I'm agreeing with you.
I don't think you are. Keep your damn hands off of kids. That's what you ain't never even raised your voice, let alone your wrist to the grandbaby.
That's not true.
Little baby.
Oh, that's not true.
I don't believe that.
But I don't believe, and this is where I'm agreeing with you. I don't believe every time she does something wrong, she got to get yelled at. And every time she does something wrong, she got to get hands put on her and all of that kind of stuff. But I'm telling you, if I tell that little baby to do something and that little baby just tell me I'm not doing it, and because for a minute, her thing was, well, what's going to happen if I don't do it? And I'll be like, well, you really don't want to cross that bridge. Just do it because I said so. Or, I've probably already explained to her why, which my mama never did. My mama said, do it, and I just did it. There was never an explanation of why you don't want me to do this and why you don't want me to do that. But if I've explained to that little baby, for real, this has happened. I've said, do this. And she said, why? And I've said, kind of bit my tongue, and I've said, well, because I need you to do this, and so that can happen, and blah, blah, blah. And then she'll stop and she'll pause and say, and what if I don't do it? And I'm like, she want a whooping. Like, she is begging for a whooping. Like, but and my thing has this always been, you don't want to cross that bridge. But if she just stood there in defiance and told me after I've explained to her what's going on, why I need her to do what I need her to do, why it's important that she does it and blah, 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 and told her this is not negotiable, this is something that you are required to do, and she look at me and say, I ain't gonna do it. Now what? I might have to put hands on her.
See, I didn't see any of that. That little story you just told, what I heard was a young child exploring all our options before making a decision. I find that to be a responsible human. She has very responsible traits in her, and that's a good trait to have and exploit at a young age. See, I'm over here by the Kroger on North Bend. I can go there. I can go to the Kroger up by Northgate Mall. Or I can go to Walmart by 126, or I can go to Walmart up by 275. 4 stores, and I guarantee you, I go to one of them, walk down the cereal aisle, and within 5 minutes, I'll see a 19 to 25-year-old woman cursing out her toddler. I mean, completely cussing him out like he the baby daddy. Touch something else, I'm gonna fuck you up. I told you, we ain't getting no Honey Nut Cheerios. It's your goddamn problem. You gonna mind me?
Okay, I don't 100% agree with that. But that's not necessarily what I thought we were talking about.
Well, it lends to that. It's along those lines of just being just too harsh to children. The black community is. We hate youth.
So you keep saying the black community is. There are certain parts, certain
people.
There are certain. But what I'm telling you is that's very general. And I think you said 97%. I think that's astronomical in terms of a number. I don't think that many people are doing what you just described. Because I can walk down, I'm up here close to the Kennard Kroger, and I walk down that cereal aisle a number of times and don't see no 25-year-old cussing out their toddler. It is not 97% of black parents are raising their children like that. I think we see it, and because we see it a few times, we think, this is the norm in our community. But how many times do you see a parent with their child and they not cussing them out? All the time. But you don't see that and say, well, that's the norm.
So we see normal behavior and we're supposed to give them a cookie?
No, I didn't say give them
your toddler.
Again,
I didn't like a pack of cookies for that?
Again, I didn't say give anybody a cookie. I said if you see what I'm going to call normal, healthy behavior between a parent and a toddler, you don't accept that as the norm in the community. You can see 100 parents, 100 black, 25-year-old black single mamas treating their toddler with love and respect. But then once you see that one cuss her toddler out, well, see, that's what's wrong with black people. You don't look at the 100 that you saw do it right and say, that's why we great. You look at the one that's doing it wrong saying, that's what's wrong with all of us. But you're discounting the 100 that you just saw.
That's not true at all. And in fact, I find that to be quite extreme because with that one black child who gets treated like that, he's gonna have a tougher road to hoe in society than anybody else, because not only does he gotta escape America and deal with it, he's got to deal with his upbringing first. So black children not being raised properly, being made to be fully responsible adults by the time they're middle school, expected to make fully adult decisions by the time they're in middle school. That kind of holds some of them back, greater good back than it does help them.
I agree. But again, I think you said that's 97% that's the way 97% of black parents raise their children.
I'm going based on the comments of the audience, informal poll. My numbers might be off by a degree or two.
But they're astronomically off.
No. Everybody in your audience, except for maybe 2-3 people out here talking about some, I got the hell beat out of me too. It worked out for me. How do we know it worked out for you? You ain't all right. You crazy. You say dumb shit on the radio. But I digress. Emmanuel, it's always a pleasure. I always enjoy talking with you, and I look forward to doing it again. And the rest of y'all, be well. Oh!
That is Fame Rothstein. I appreciate your call. I'm not sure that he thoroughly understood the point that I was making about his percentages and the way that we perceive what's going on in our communities and in the world around us. Again, I'll use my example. I see throughout the day, as I'm out and about, young parents loving, respecting, and raising their children. You can walk through the store and you can see young parents, young families doing nothing, but it doesn't catch your attention because that's the norm. That's the way that they are supposed to do. And when we see it, we don't stop and give them a cookie. We just keep walking because it's what we normally see. We almost don't see it because it's so normal. But then some chick in the cereal aisle, to use his example, cussing out her kids, shut the F up, and I told you this, and that. We all notice that because it's so out of the ordinary. And oh my God, don't let us be in Kroger and see it 3 times. But we're not going to walk around the store and see the other 30 parents raising their children right. No, we're going to judge black people on those 3 people that are not normal. And I don't like that. I don't like it. And it's not to say that the 3 people that's not normal shouldn't get attention, because they should. We should talk about them. We should talk about it and say that those 3 are wrong. And if we can, we should reach out to them and try to get them help. But let's not talk about them like they're everybody. Like that's the way black parents raise their children. Because it's not. It's not. It's the exception to the rule. And it's what I was talking about earlier. If I can walk out of here, walk down the street, walk up to the store, sometimes me and Mrs. Livingston just take a walk and explore the neighborhood, look at things and all of that kind of stuff, not have a problem. But oh my goodness, let me and her walk down the street and me get into an altercation with somebody. Oh, see, that's what's wrong with this community. It's violence all over the place. People don't want to do what they need to do. And Hold on. But of the 100 times that y'all don't walk this neighborhood, you ain't never had a problem. But the one time that you do, it defines the neighborhood. And now we think that we live in a bad neighborhood because I had a bad experience. I understand it. Don't get me wrong. I understand it, but I don't think that that's healthy, especially when we're talking about the way to judge our own people. I don't think that that's healthy. Black Lion.
Hey, what's good, E?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm pretty fair. I was about to tell you the time my mother smacked the hell out of me in Kroger's, but we'll move on from there. I really called to talk about Lincoln and his move to violence in lieu of him making all of this discouraging remarks about the youth and their violence. I got to ask this question first because you might remember. I don't know if you don't.
All right.
Do you remember about 15, 20 years ago or so ago, when Lincoln would speak, he would be real animated and he would roll his neck when he was talking?
Roll his neck?
Yeah, you know how the ladies do when they roll their neck when they talking and they make it a poignant point.
I can't say
Well,
that I remember him rolling his neck. I know he shake his head a lot while he talking, but I don't know.
Well, that's what I was talking about. That was the roll of his neck part. But let's move on. Well, I'm down at Junebug's minding my own business.
All right.
And when I came in, all of the elders was like, "Hey, it's Black Lion, Black Lion." Lincoln started making discouraging comments. So then he started going out saying, well, he only called in and talk about the white people there. So he's rolling his neck while he do it. So I'm standing there and I said, hey, look, bruh, first of all, quit rolling your neck like a bitch when you talk about me. Lincoln got mad. He jumped up and said, I'm about to kick your ass. I'm about to fuck you up. So he's cussing me out. Junebug and all of the elders are holding him back. They're like, nah, Lincoln, calm down. Like, no, let me go. I'm about to fuck him up. Let me go. So I'm standing there, and I said, hey, Junebug, yeah, let his bitch ass go. We can go right here in the back of the patio, right there. Come on, Lincoln. So I started walking to the back, and I turned around to look. I saw the elders. They let Lincoln go and step back. Lincoln looked at me. He looked at them, and then he sat back down. And I said, oh, okay, well, I guess that's it for you, huh? That was all the fight in you? And I laughed.
I could see that whole thing playing out exactly like that.
My point is, of mentioning this tale is, when Lincoln talk about the violence of the youth, he don't mention his own violence. He don't mention when he was rowdy. And he wasn't even a teenager. He was a grown-ass man. He wasn't even in his 20s. I guess he was in his 50s then. Yeah, it was about 20 years ago, 15, 17 years ago. I don't know. Whatever. It was back then. You remember when Junebug had the restaurant?
Yeah.
Was that about 20 years ago? 15? I can't remember.
What is this? This is 25. That might have been maybe about 15 years ago, maybe.
Well, somewhere around there. I don't know. I'm old now. I can't remember. It is what it is. All right, that's all I got. Maybe I'll call you back and tell you when my mom smacked the hell out of me in Kroger's for bugging her. And when she told me before we went in this store, I ain't buying you shit, don't ask for shit, and don't look at shit, and don't touch shit. And all I was doing was asking for shit, looking at shit, and touching shit.
Do you think that the actions like that helped you or hurt you?
I don't know. I can't say, but I tell you, sir, I can tell you this. There's certain shit I didn't do again. Let me tell you a story. Green, I forget the street that LeBlanc, that little side street LeBlanc Boys Club used to be on because it's gone now. But Green Street went all the way up there. And it was an apartment building right there on Green. I lived on the corner of Elm and Green. And I snuck into this little empty apartment, and I turned on all of the water in the damn apartment trying to make a swimming pool. Silly me. Anyway, I leave. 3, 4, 5 hours, I come back to check on my pool. The lady downstairs caught me and snatched me up and brought me into her house. And I saw all that water damage, and she had a really nice little apartment there. All her furniture was ruined and wet. So I'm sitting there, and she just crying, and what's your phone number? Where do you live? And I need to talk to your mom. And so next thing you know, I hear the banging on the door. And the lady's mom comes in, and she says, "Where they at?" She's like, "There go the little MF right there." And the lady, she had her head in her purse. She said, "Oh, I thought she was talking about some grown niggas. I brought my gun." She says, "No, it's him, and look what he did, mama." And she said, "I'm about to beat his ass." And the the mother says, "Oh, sweetie, you can't do that. Those times are over." So she says, "Where's your mom?" So I told her where my mom was and took her over there. My mom came back with her, saw the lady's house, and the lady said, "I wanted to beat his ass." And my mom said, "Well, why didn't you?" Man, when I got home, my mom put that extension cord on me. And I tell you, I never flooded the apartment again. When they tell you I'm going to give you that ass whooping, you're going to remember all the days of your life. I still got that little mark on me from the loop. Look like a Nike mark. And when I see it, I'm like, oh, yeah, that's when I flooded that apartment when I was like 7.
Okay.
So I could tell you, I don't know of how much of a deterrent it may be, but I know I'll never do that again.
All right.
All right.
Hey, I appreciate your call.
All right, one.
All right. That's Black Lion. I should have asked him, do you think a good talking to would have had the same effect? And again, I'm not saying, hey, just run around beating kids. I think there are some extreme situations that call for some extreme measures, and but I don't think that's the norm. I don't think that's the norm. CK.
Hey, how you doing, Mr. Livingston?
Hey, how you doing? I'm good.
Hey, man. Hey, it was good to hear from Black Lion, man. I ain't heard from him in years. Very entertaining caller. That last story he told was a nightmare, wasn't it?
Yes.
That was a nightmare. I mean, I knew he was going to jail. He was going to jail. You know, the ass whooping is jail at them times. You know what I mean? But like he said, he still feels that ass whooping to this day. But that's a serious offense. I mean, how do you? I mean, just put yourself in the victim's shoes.
Which victim?
The victim of Black Lion.
You mean the lady whose place he flooded?
Yes. I want to know your thoughts on that. If it was you, how would you feel?
I'm sure I would be upset.
Tears.
I don't know about tears.
What you got, lover? You must listen.
I'm not a crier, so yeah.
Oh, so you talking about pain? You don't let it out with your tears.
Yeah, crying don't stop it from hurting. So yeah, no, I'm not a crier. It would something would have to either be really extreme or, something like that for me to cry. I'm not, not that I've never cried or anything, but I'm not a, run around crying type of person.
So extreme does bring the tears. It's just, you need a lot of it to bring them tears.
I guess.
Okay, I understand. And back to the investigation on little baby, I think she was totally innocent, sir. I think she was informed of the boycott while informing her mother of the Target visitation.
No. She was saying she didn't know what the word boycott meant. She know though that we're not supposed to shop there, but she let me go in and shop anyway instead of saying. All she would have had to say was, grandfather, we're not supposed to shop at Target. And I'd have been like, oh, you're right. And I'd have went somewhere else.
That's what I'm saying. But I'm thinking that she was unaware before the Target
she was
visit.
aware. She was aware. She just
wasn't. Oh, she was? Okay.
She didn't know the word boycott.
Right. I got you. That's why you telling her, let me know next time. You know what I mean? But that's good. And I was calling because I had got an important call. I was trying to clarify when we got interrupted when you had brought up the subject of taking a picture with Puff Sean Combs.
Okay.
And I wanted to tell you, yes, if I ran into him in the public, and he was not guilty of the charges, I would have no problem taking a photo with him and posting it on a social media platform.
I got a feeling you wouldn't have a problem taking a picture with him and posting it on social media platform if he was found guilty and got out and you ran into him either. You just strike me as the type of person who, ooh, celebrity, let me get a picture with him, no matter who they are, no matter what they've done.
Right. Now you dead on now. I got to give credit when due. Yes. Because I do got a I hate to say this, but I do got a picture with Ray J.
Okay, hold on. Let me ask you. This is completely off subject, but I need to ask this question.
Okay.
Why do you want pictures with these people? Why? What does it do for you?
No, it's just social media presence, Livingston. It's just, boom. It's like, social media is like all fantasy world. It's like Cinderella. You know what I mean? Mary Poppins. It's not real life. So you put a photo on Facebook, Instagram. Oh, people, their minds start playing tricks on them. He's somebody. He got a picture with Bill Bellamy. Look at CK. He would be. So, we're dealing with Americans.
So it's like the definition of clout chasing.
Yes.
Okay.
Clout chasing creates opportunities, Livingston.
Oh, does it? So
it creates financial opportunities.
What opportunities has it created for you?
You meet people and you get jobs and stuff like that.
So wait, hold on. So you're saying that someone saw a picture of you with a celebrity and said, "Hey, I want to give you a job because you one time stood next to this person and took a picture."
No, not necessarily that specific detail right there. But I'm saying it creates opportunities. You might hit a lick. You might see these people, come through. Boom, you might make financial gains along the way of meeting people. A lot. This is America. A lot of things goes on. It's a lot of. We're in the streets, Livingston.
I didn't understand what you said, but okay.
Yeah, it's all about social. Why you think it's all about, like you said, clout chasing? People clout chase for a reason. Some people clout chase for financial benefits, sir.
Well, and so that's why I'm asking, what financial benefit has clout chasing brought to you so far?
The meeting the different people.
But
you get money from these people.
And that's what I'm asking. You're saying it in general. So, and then when I ask you specifically, so you're telling me you met Bill Bellamy and then somebody gave you money because you met Bill Bellamy?
No, I'm not saying it's just the whole gumbo. It's just all wrapped in one, this boom, you meet. It's just creating different people in different walks of life. When they see you with celebrities, it opens you up.
So, and that's what I promise you, I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to understand. You're not doing a good job of helping me understand.
Okay, well, let me give you an example of Bill Bellamy.
Yes.
He's a personable guy. You can talk to him, whatever. Boom, you talk to him, you take a picture with him, boom, you get his number, boom, he'll hit you up. Listen, some spots, I need a driver, boom, stuff like that. That's how you make money.
Now, wait a minute, just so I'm clear, you're saying you met a celebrity, you had a conversation with them, you took a picture with them, you exchanged phone numbers with them, and then when they were in an area that you were in, or when they were visiting an area, they called you for advice or something like that.
No, they don't call. No, it's me. I'm saying if we meet and it's in person, like you said, these guys are way too busy to, like you said, be calling, hey, I'm the guy you met at the airport. No, none of that. You only have one shot when you meet them in person. So you take the picture and the picture opens up opportunities and that's where other people be like, boom.
Right, so that's what I'm asking you. What opportunities has clout chasing brought to you? That's what I'm asking you.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm just saying with a guy like Bill Bellamy, they see it, you gave this guy a ride. Boom, now people might open up and say, I need you for a ride like that. Yeah, not directly
wait a minute.
him.
So I'm saying you took a picture with a celebrity, someone saw that picture with that celebrity, and then they reached out to you and created a financial opportunity for you. That actually happened.
No, I can't. Yes, you're right. I can't say that is a direct reason, but I can say boom, after the picture, boom, I started getting, boom, these different customers. I'm just talking about back when I was in that life. I'm not doing that type of work anymore. But back when I was driving and working at the airport, that's the type of situation I would be in. You could post a picture, and then other people, you might get a influx in business after posting a picture. Maybe people just shopping with you just because you got a picture with a celebrity. I don't know, but I'm just saying that could be an indirect benefit of posting a picture with a celebrity, Livingston.
Okay. It don't make sense to me, and there's no direct. You're saying the reason that you do it is, for financial gain, but you can't tie any financial.
No,
gain
I don't
to
do it financial. I'm just saying this is part. See, you have to. Your brain don't work. You so against your people, you don't listen and learn. I'm just saying if I post a picture with you, sir, that could make opportunities with other people.
And I don't understand how, but okay.
So you're saying when you did an interview with Tracy Ellis Ross, that don't open you up to other celebrities?
No.
Do you have a brain, sir? It doesn't open you up. It doesn't say, well, who have you interviewed before? Oh, I got an interview with Bill Cosby. I got one with Tracy Ellis Ross. I got one with Leonardo DiCaprio. Yes, your resume, your portfolio.
Okay, hold on. Let me address. Maybe if I was in the celebrity space and interviewing celebrities and such, then maybe that would be a good promotional tool. But you're not in that space, and you said that you are one of those people who, if you see a celebrity... That's what I'm trying to
understand. Listen, sir, you don't understand. We're all in the fucking space. We're not. Put shit on. You're just so dead set against people. You don't listen. You like to fucking argue instead of learn.
I've been
you gotta understand. You're not God, sir. I'm giving you the reason, and you're trying to tell me your reason. You don't do it. You don't do it. So how could you relate to me if you don't do it? You don't believe in pictures with celebrities.
Hold on.
So how the fuck could you explain to me how I feel?
Hold on, CK. That's why I've been asking you questions now for what feels like a half hour, even though it hasn't been. I'm asking you. You keep saying one thing, like, it bring financial opportunity.
Because the answer will never benefit you because you're dead set against it. You would never understand why people take pictures. You don't understand why people do things you don't do. You don't understand. How could you understand a person like me?
Because that's why
I can understand you perfectly.
That's why I'm asking. I'm asking for you to help me
and
understand.
I just told your ass, if motherfuckers see Bill Bellamy on the post, they might say, "Ooh, let me shop with this guy." And I'm just saying it could be an indirect benefit if your business is going up.
Right, but when I asked you, has that ever happened, your response was no.
My God, boy, you so good. You see, the type of black person act like you for black people, but dead set against black people, and you against black men.
Oh my
you
God.
are the listen to what you're saying.
My God,
what you talking about? Soft. You said soft, square. That is compliments. If a nigga call you a square, that's a good thing. Soft. Come on now. Soft. No man is supposed to be soft. Soft is for women, sir. Listen to things you've been saying. Soft is not good for a man to be soft. That's what's turning the culture around.
Oh.
You have to be, you must be determined and respectable and show the young man how to be men. You being soft, turn him into Dwayne Wade's son. Magic Johnson's son. No. Don't be soft, be firm and strict.
Okay.
Discipline, but you don't have to be you don't have to be abusive neither. Listen, I don't think if your little baby, if you disagree with your little baby, you should be physical violence. You could just give her a look, if you understand. I'm just getting the whole spectrum, sir. And I hate when you get on the internet and you say there's no answer to the violence. When there is, you said with the cavemen, he tried to come up and take the thing from them. No, he asked them for it. They didn't understand. Like you said, they got in a fight, sir. Because he asked them, can I see a yo-yo? Remember? Listen.
Is it my time to respond now? Or
yes.
Yeah, I remember. Yes. I remember.
The yo-yo, that's what I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the caveman.
Yeah.
You said there's no way to. I'm saying that's why the Ten Commandments was put into place to stop the violence. We had to get order in the world.
Okay.
You keep talking about there's no solution when there is.
So you
if
believe
that guy would have committed.
Hold on. So
Yes.
so you and this is a question. I'm not saying that this is what you think. We call these questions. It's a way to probe your brain so that I can understand what you think. And so, are you saying that you believe that there will be a day, anytime soon, that our society will be violence and crime free?
No, we will not.
So then there's no answer to the violence and the crime.
No, there is. I'm just saying the only reason they're not answers, if I could convince people to think like me, just like you said, all those shootings last night, I didn't shoot none of them. I didn't get shot last night. You know why? Because I was working, sir. When you go to work, you decrease getting shot by 93%, 93.4%.
You just made that up.
Yeah,
But just so I'm
No,
clear,
I'm giving you the facts. I'm just saying.
No,
you go to
you completely
GTA
made
Sports.
93.4% up out of nowhere. You pulled that number out of nowhere.
Have you ever got shot at work? How many times you got shot at work your whole life?
Zero.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
that would
So
make
it's
that would
really-
be
it's bigger.
100%.
That's to make two of us.
So that would be 100%.
But remember,
Not
I
93.4.
did, but I have brought a gun to work and it went off before. Luckily, nobody was shot, but I was a young teenager.
Okay, that doesn't make
So,
sense.
yeah.
But what I'm
Yeah,
asking,
it doesn't make sense, but it happens. A lot of shit that happens don't make sense. That's where you need to make your brain work. You think the world makes sense. What makes sense about the world?
Okay,
It don't. It's a crazy world.
Okay, but what I'm asking is, if you believe that we'll never see an end to crime and violence in our community, then how could you then say there's an answer to stop crime and violence in our community?
Because Livingston, what I believe in is one life at a time. I save your children, you save mine. We save each other. You save my mama, I save your mama. We work together. So yes, if I don't save all of them, long as I save one. I told you, I stopped murders from happening. I know how to talk people out of killing and putting people in the cemetery. God gave me that power, sir. He gave you the power, but you just choose not to use it. You don't have faith in your ability to make a man not trigger. I do, because I'm black just like him, and I don't want to go to prison, and I don't want to go in the cemetery. So you have the power like me. If I could convince you that we do have the power to stop the violence, yes, it's over.
I might have
but
the
I
answer.
can't.
You may have given me the answer.
Uh-oh.
If we all get out, take pictures of ourselves with celebrities, and then go into the community and show the young people a picture of us with a celebrity, and then go to work, there will be no violence in the community.
No, I think celebrity pictures and violence are two separately matters.
Right, but they are. But I'm
matter.
saying me showing the picture of myself posing with, I don't know, some celebrity.
Bill Bellamy, let's say Tyler Perry. Let's say you took a picture with Tyler Perry.
Okay, me,
He's
and
tall,
if
you
I
short.
go out into the community and I show some young man a picture of me and Tyler Perry standing there together, then number one, I'm going to make some money. And he going to make some money. And then when I go to work, I'm going to make some money. And because I'm at work, there's a 93.4% chance that nobody is going to shoot anybody because one day I took a picture with Tyler Perry.
That you show that picture to a, I'm telling, let's say 15. Listen, say a 15-year-old little dude.
Right.
He in high school, right?
Uh-huh.
Look now, look at here, Jack. You see me? You see who I'm standing with? You recognize who that is?
See.
That's
Yeah.
Yeah. You want to be there? You want to be there? You know what you got to do. You know what you got to do, Jack.
Well,
That's boom, when he hear that, that's going to stick with him forever.
Well,
That's going to traumatize him.
that is going to traumatize him. That might not be the right person to show him a picture of and say, if you want to be here, you know what you got to do. Because we know what you might have to do to end up with Tyler Perry.
All right, man, you right.
All right.
Right. That's the wrong person. But you feel where I'm coming from. Just have more confidence. You got to understand. Those prayers ain't stopped.
You won me over.
You stopped. I think you gave. Did you give up? Did you give up on prayer? Do you still pray, or you gave up on?
No, I still pray.
That's what I'm talking about, man. That's what you got to convince the youth that the prayers is still in effect.
All right.
The young people. When I say young, I'm talking about 27 and under, right?
Okay.
They are convinced that religion is gone, Livingston. They convinced that, no, you can't pray like, please, God, let me pass this exam. Please, Lord, make sure I cut the grass tomorrow. You can still pray, and those things still work, sir.
Oh, okay.
You still pray. Let me, please, God. Remember, I told you, when I was a virgin as a kid, I prayed for sex. It finally happened.
Please,
I got on my knees.
Let this conversation be over.
My bad. The drugs. It's the drugs. It's the dog food. Let's stop. I'm about to hear some more when I get off. You have a great day, man.
All right.
Much love to the family.
All right. Hey, prayer worked. It worked. But other than that, the stuff he was saying, yeah, I don't agree with. And it didn't make sense to me. I still don't understand the idea. And I'm not knocking it. Like, if you see a celebrity and you want to take a picture with a celebrity, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. There's anything wrong with you. I'm not saying that's bad. It's not evil. It's, none of that kind of stuff. I want somebody who sees a celebrity and takes a picture with them. I just want to understand, what did you get out of it? That's all I'm asking. And I'm not going to be like, you're wrong for getting that out of it. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Says T Mikey G says, E-Man took a picture. You took a picture with Wendy Raquel Robinson and Vivica Fox. Did it stop the violence in the community? Well, technically, a picture was taken up. It's a distinction and a difference. A picture was taken of me and Vivica Fox and Wendy Raquel Robinson. I wasn't like, hey, can I get a picture with y'all? See, that's the difference. If I'm standing there with Vivica Fox and Wendy Raquel Robinson, and someone out there takes a picture of us, that's different than me taking a picture with them. Hey, let me get a picture with you. And I don't know you. You just walking by. So again, I'm not saying that it's bad. I just I just don't understand what's in it for, or what a person gets out of it. So that's why I be asking the question. That's why I asked the question. I remember that time when LL Cool J was at the studio, and literally and this was the workers, the employees at the radio station, were lined up around the corner to take a picture with LL Cool J. LL Cool J didn't want nothing to do with nobody, but he was smart enough to say, after this interview, I will stand here and take pictures with everybody who want to take a picture with me. And that's what he did. Okay, and they were lined up, and everybody came with their little phone. And, all right. And when everybody was done, he saw me standing there, not in the line, and was like, you want a picture? And I was like, no, I'm cool. And he was like, what? And he was offended, and his people were offended, like, how you gonna say you don't want a picture with him? And I was like, because I don't know him. I wish him the best. You know what I'm saying? I rock the bells. I like that stuff, when I was young. That's, still a good song, all that kind of stuff. But I don't know you. What I'm going to do with a picture of you? And, he was offended, but they were done. They had taken pictures with everybody, and they left. What was I going to do with a picture with him? Look, I stood next to LL Cool J once for 5 seconds. What was I going to do with that picture? What was I going to get out of that? Do you want a picture with me, LL? You going to take a picture with me and post it on your Facebook? No. So why I want a picture with you? You don't know me. I don't know you. I don't have anything against you. I just don't understand it, but I'm not against it. He was offended. He was offended. What's the name? Charlie Wilson. In my opinion, one of the greatest voices in the history of R&B. He was in the studio, doing an interview, whatever. He had come through, stopped in the station. I think he was waiting to go on air with Lincoln, so he came into what I call the producer studio, and he was standing there. And I looked at him and I told him, man, I think you got one of the greatest voices in the history of R&B. And he was like, thank you, I appreciate that. I was like, no, that's cool, no problem. So you want a picture? I was like, no, I'm cool. And he was like, all right. That was it. That was the end of the conversation. What I'm going to do with a picture of me and Charlie Wilson? Hey, I stood next to this dude for 5 seconds one day. I don't understand it, but again, I'm not against it. I'm not against it. I just want somebody to help me understand it. Somebody, well, it'll be something to remember. I remember the interaction. I don't need a picture of me standing there. I don't need that to remember the interaction. One day you might have Alzheimer's. I'm not even going to know that's me in the picture with him. You know what I'm saying? If I got Alzheimer's, I'm not going to... Who is that guy? Who is that other guy? That's you. That's Charlie Wilson. Who is Charlie Wilson? Who am I? You know what I'm saying? Okay, enough about that. But yeah, other than that, the other stuff CK was saying, he made up statistics. And there's no solution to this crime. There's no solution to this crime and violence. It's not. So, but you can stop one. Okay, you might be able to help bring the numbers down, but that's not a solution. That's like telling somebody, hey, we solved crime and violence. I had a group of teens that I was working with, and they all went to college. I solved crime and violence. Yeah, but my house got broke into last night. Thought you solved it. Well, you didn't solve it. You helped some people. You might have brought the numbers down. Don't be mad at me for saying there's no solution to this. Because to me, a solution solves the problem by definition. Once you solve a problem, at least in my mind, that problem doesn't exist anymore. Once it's solved, it's solved. And that's one you'll never solve. Because again, I think it's just human nature. Black Lion talking about Charlie is not a Marvin Gaye, not at all, or R. Kelly. Charlie Wilson could sing circles around R. Kelly. That's not even funny, Black Lion. Marvin Gaye, they're different voices, both very good. I have a particular preference, Charlie Wilson, Stevie Wonder, those, what would that be like, first tenor voices, and, people who can do certain things with their voice. You like the tone, you like the way they're phrasing. It's a lot that goes into it. So I wouldn't say Charlie Wilson is a better singer than Marvin Gaye. They're different. from my opinion, Charlie Wilson has one of the best voices in the history of R&B. Donny Hathaway, those voices. Then they all have similarities. I like those types of voices. Vernon says, I've never been a big fan of Charlie Wilson, but some people like him, and I'm cool with that. Yeah, you got to go back to, to all the Gap Band stuff, Computer Love, of course, all of the Charlie Wilson stuff. And I think he's got an amazing voice. Absolutely amazing. And again, Vernon, you say you're not a big fan of his. I'm cool with that. See what I'm saying? Like, we ain't got to argue or nothing like that. We ain't got to argue. Stevie Wonder may be the best to me, singer-wise. That's why I said Stevie Wonder, Charlie Wilson. There's a few of them, but again, to me, they're all in that same. I hear the similarities between Stevie Wonder, Charlie Wilson, Donny Hathaway. There's a few more that are not coming to mind, right now. But there's a few more, and I like their voices. Daryl says Computer Love was Roger and Zapp, Ninja. It's funny to me when people don't know certain stuff. You're right. Computer Love was Roger and Zapp, along with Shirley Murdoch and Charlie Wilson. Look into it. You'll see Charlie Wilson did vocals on Computer Love along with Shirley Murdoch. There's actually a version of Computer Love that's really Charlie Wilson doing the majority of the vocals. Like they take the voice box thing out and Charlie Wilson is singing the song Computer Love. You can look it up. I think it's one of the most amazing versions of Computer Love that I've ever heard. Now I played it for another guy who does music and he's like, he just ruined that song. And I'm like, I think this version is better than the original version. But that's just me. But again, I like Charlie Wilson's voice. I think Charlie Wilson is one of the best voices. But yes, Charlie Wilson is a featured vocalist on Computer Love. You didn't know that, so you was calling me a ninja like I ain't know what I was talking about. But you go look into it. You'll see that I'm telling you the truth. Bill Withers had a different special kind of voice, if y'all understand what I'm saying, if it makes sense. You like Bill Withers' voice. Nothing wrong with that. Like, people like what they like. Nobody's gonna say, I think this person got the best voice, unless you're saying R. Kelly. Unless you said R. Kelly. I actually liked R. Kelly's voice. I think R. Kelly has a distinctive voice and all that kind of stuff. But in my opinion, he couldn't hold a candle to Charlie Wilson. But that's just my opinion. Again, that's just my opinion. He thought you meant their other version, Cell Phone Love. Now, a lot of people didn't know. And, again, I only know because I like Charlie Wilson and, I be searching out stuff that he's saying. Some stuff, I'm like, oh, I like that. Other stuff, I'm like, yeah, no, Charlie. But I really do. I think he got one of the best voices. So I'm not like, oh, you know everything about music. No. I just happen to know that. And then I happened to run across that version. And I really liked it. And I used to have it in my playlist. But you know how Apple be doing. And, you have to get a new this and stuff don't transfer over. It's a whole ordeal. It's a whole ordeal. Hold on. Matter of fact, let me see. Can I Oh, come on. Type. No. Okay, hold on a second. Hold on. I'm trying to skip this. This is Charlie Wilson. I'm a fan. Charlie Wilson. Okay, that's probably all I can play, and they might kick me off for that as well. If you go in, all you got to do is Google, not Google, go to YouTube and type in Charlie Wilson Computer Love. And there's a version that comes up, Computer Love Remix, Zap, featuring Charlie Wilson. Charlie Wilson Computer Love. And you type in, that's all you got to type in. I think it was like the fourth one down. Let me see. It was the 1, 2, 3. It was the fourth one down. And it's virtually all Charlie Wilson singing, and then Shirley Murdoch jumps in, here and there. And they do some different stuff than the original version. They do some different stuff than the original version, and it is my favorite version of Computer Love. So, I know what I'm talking about, Daryl. Sierra says, the production is getting in the way. I don't agree. I think it's actually stripped down of a lot of the production. It's stripped down a lot of the production. Daryl says, okay, you're right. I just looked it up. The credit on Computer Love, and it says Shirley Murdoch and Charlie Wilson. A clock is right twice a day. I'm sure you meant a broken clock is right twice a day, even though that's not necessarily true because a lot of clocks are digital, and a digital broken clock has nothing there, and that's never right. So not all broken clocks are right twice a day. Okay. All right. Y'all, there was something else that I wanted to talk about. I can't think of what it was. When I opened up the show, there was something that I wanted to talk about. Vernon says, I fact checked him too, and he was right. I'm always right. You don't even have to fact check me. If I say it, it's right. If I say it, it's right. Sammy says, I think R. Kelly, Guy, and Jodeci ushered a merge of hip hop and R&B. I don't know about Jodeci. I mean, it was already ushered in by the time Jodeci hit. I think definitely Guy. Actually, more than anything, I would say, well, maybe not more than anything, I would give a whole lot of credit to Teddy Riley. I would give a whole lot of credit to Teddy Riley for doing a lot of that bridging the gap. DeWanda says, I thought that was common knowledge. So did I. That's why I said it like, boom, but I thought that was common knowledge as well. But look, just what you and me know, somebody else don't know, and somebody gonna tell us something, and I'm gonna be like, I don't know if that's true, and then I'm gonna look it up, and I'm gonna be like, that's true. I didn't know that. That's the way the world works. But I'm giving a lot of credit to Teddy Riley. When he was producing Dougie Fresh and all of them, those hip hop acts, and then he just carried it over and took the same thing that he was doing and had people singing on top of it. That was he produced hip hop, and he took them same beats, and he had Bobby Brown singing. Everybody's talking all this stuff about me. Why don't they just let me live? And it was like, hey, that's R&B. That's hip hop. That's R&B. That's hip hop. And oh no, that's New Jack. Yeah, that's kind of the fusing of them together. And he moved from producing hip hop to R&B to hip hop to R&B to hip hop to, I mean, he was so fluid with it, but all his stuff kind of had that same sound, and of course some pop. So yeah, I give him a lot of credit for fusing or merging hip hop and R&B effectively. And then a lot of people start copying what he was doing. I saw somebody said New Edition. Yeah, New Edition got to get some credit as well, because they liked hip hop and they were R&B and they wanted to do more edgy stuff. So they got to get some credit for that too. I'm sure it's a whole lot of other people that I'm not aware of who was merging this stuff, you know, maybe even before Teddy Riley was doing it, but I'm not aware of them. And I would love for somebody to be like, hey, did you know that this person was, you know. Wait a minute. Somebody put something up here. Alexander O'Neal, Ken says, Alexander O'Neal had a great voice, just not a lot of hits. I'm not a big fan of Alexander O'Neal's voice, but that don't mean that you didn't love it. That don't mean that you didn't love it. I was not a fan of his voice. Keith Sweat, I Warner was serious. And of course, I was not a fan of Keith Sweat's voice. If you ask me, Keith Sweat can't sing. But he had them hits that Teddy Riley and others were producing for him. Ken says, come on, man. Luther Vandross, excellent voice. We've had this whole conversation. Luther Vandross did have a nice, I would say nice, smooth, clean voice. I wouldn't say it was, you know, it was just that. He didn't do a lot with it. But if you liked his voice, you liked his voice. And it was what it was. Daryl says that was BBD, not New Edition. Now I'm talking about when New Edition was younger. They were very much into hip hop, even though they were singing R&B. And so I would say their presentation wasn't so much hip hop, but I would say their attitude was more along the lines of, you know, the hip hop that was going on in their day. That's all I'm saying. Pharrell, I don't know though that Pharrell was producing a whole lot of stuff back when Teddy Riley was doing the show. You know, Dougie Fresh and, you know, kind of remixing the Inspector Gadget theme and, you know, stuff like that. Just super creative stuff like that. We was listening to the Inspector Gadget theme. Like, I'm going to say rocking out to it. You know, it was hip hop. We was listening to the Inspector Gadget theme, rocking out to it. Teddy Riley did that. That's some creativity. Nat says, I think Aaron Hall could sing. Aaron Hall was a Charlie Wilson wannabe. He was a Charlie Wilson wannabe. I didn't think he had a bad voice, but he was no Charlie Wilson, but he wanted to be. And when they did that song, it was on the Boomerang soundtrack. Hold on. Everything's gonna be all right. I think Charlie Wilson took a heck of a shot at him. It was a song featuring Aaron Hall and Charlie Wilson, and the difference in their voice is super stark. And if you listen to that song, There is no ifs, ands, or buts. Charlie Wilson can sing circles around Aaron Hall as well. And then at the end, because y'all know Charlie Wilson had this song out before that called Sprung on Me. And the song Sprung on Me was basically about all of these people trying to sound like him. And so at the end of that song, Charlie Wilson starts saying, I got you sprung on me. And I thought, oh, that's a pretty interesting shot to put on a song with you and a guy who sprung on you. Shelly.
Hey, I have an idea.
Oh, all right.
For the kids.
For the kids?
Remember Splash Dance at Surf Cincinnati?
Remember what?
Splash Dance at Surf Cincinnati?
I do not.
No, you really?
I don't.
It was on the weekends.
I never ever once went to Surf Cincinnati.
Remember we talked about this. Martin Luther King died so you could go to Surf Cincinnati and go on hay rides.
Yeah, I don't remember us talking about that. I'm pretty sure if you said that, I would have totally disagreed with you.
Well, anyways, it was Surf Cincinnati on the weekends, and it was like kids, like middle school, high school, probably some older people like getting in there. And we just used to go there and like, you know what I mean? Do our thing.
Okay.
And that kept kids out of trouble. I'm saying we need more things like that and around the city for kids to do stuff. Like, what's there to do? We used to have Pepsi Jam on Main, which there was a white riot. You remember that?
I do remember that. And
In
everybody thought that was okay.
1993?
That was just kids being kids.
Well, actually, it wasn't all kids, but remember, it was 7 Mary 3, and the cops, like, started it.
Yeah, it was the police. When white people do it, it's the police fault. Yes.
Well, yeah, it was their fault.
Absolutely, yes.
But anyways, that's my solution to the quote-unquote violence and crime is to have more stuff for kids to do with not so much, because, like, people were doing stuff back then, but we got away with more back then.
I'm sure you did.
You know? Well, everybody did, don't you think?
No.
So do you like my idea?
I think that might help bring down the crime, maybe, and the problems with the youth. Maybe having more events, even though I think that introduces another issue because as you have events for young people, there's a chance of violence and things, disturbances happening at youth events. So, like what they say, 6 in one hand, half dozen in the other.
Okay, but we're not going to stop kids from fighting. I mean, kids have been going behind the bleachers since the beginning of time.
I agree.
That shouldn't be a reason to deter anything. But, like, Splash Dance was not government-sponsored. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't, like, thanks to Alicia Reese or Stephanie Dumas. Like, I just wonder, what are kids even allowed to do these days? Like, I would hate to be a kid right now.
Well, they're definitely not allowed to run.
No, they can't run. Nope. Can't go on joy rides. Can't smoke cigarettes.
Well, they shouldn't be smoking cigarettes or going on joy rides.
Why not?
Joy rides are dangerous, and smoking cigarettes is a hazard to their health.
Really? You believe that?
100%. You don't believe that smoking cigarettes is hazardous to your health?
I believe in freedom. Since the smoking bans, cost of health care didn't go down, cancer rates didn't go down, and no lives were saved.
Okay, but you always do
it.
this. I ask a simple question, and then you go somewhere else because you don't want to answer the question. Do you believe that smoking cigarettes is hazardous to your health?
Not entirely, no, not necessarily.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
I mean, America was built on, like, tobacco and
so you
all that
reject
kind of stuff.
science. You don't believe in science.
I don't believe in communism. Like, I think that if you
So you
own a
believe
business,
science is communism?
I think a lot of science is like rubbish. Yeah, I do actually, because use your common sense, right? If you own a diner and it's your diner, shouldn't you get to decide if it's smoking or not?
Well, not
Like, that's some
necessarily,
commie
but again, we're not even talking about that. I was just talking about the simple fact that inhaling that smoke and all of those chemicals can definitely damage your body, but you don't believe that's the case. You don't think smoking cigarettes can hurt the human body. Okay.
Okay, well, what have we got from the smoking bans besides higher taxes? Our malls are closed, our bowling alleys are closed. I mean, you can get a ticket. That's ridiculous.
Wait, how are you tying malls and bowling alleys closing to a smoking ban?
It killed those. It killed him.
You think smoking bans killed the mall?
Yes.
So you think the only reason people were going to the mall is to have a place to smoke?
No, I think that when you have places that people congregate and you start getting harassed and, like, you know, if grandma smokes and grandma ain't going, then nobody else is going either. Yes, I think that it killed the small businesses, the small restaurants, the bowling alleys, the bars, the malls. Yeah, I 100% believe that.
Yeah, that's not reasonable. I mean,
Well,
isn't it more reasonable that being able to go online and purchase what you want and have it delivered to your front door more of a reason that the mall died than the fact that you couldn't smoke at the mall?
No, because when bars were trying to let people smoke and they kept getting fined and fined and fined, yeah, put them out of business. Because if you want to go out and talk to people, like VFW halls, smoking bans hurt them too.
Do you know? Hold on. Do you know what the mall is?
What do you mean? What do you mean? Do I know?
Do
what
you
it
know
is?
what a mall is?
A place where people congregate.
A place where people go shop and buy stuff. It's multiple stores in there. They have multiple shops, and people can walk through and get all different kinds of goods at the same place.
Okay, but it's also where we used to go to hang out and people watch.
Amazon.
No, I don't agree. No, because you can't order a crowd online. You have to go out.
Right, but
that's my story. Sticking to it. I believe smoking bans.
And I want to understand something. So when you were a teenager, you went to the mall and smoked in the mall?
Sure did.
Interesting.
Sure did. I met people from all over, and people watched and ate, and I sure did. Every mall, Tri-County, Northgate, Forest Fair.
And you think the reason they all went out of business is because they said no smoking in here?
Yep. Same thing for like Metropolis and all the bars.
That's not reasonable.
If kids could have a beer in one hand and a cigarette in the other, they probably wouldn't be doing so much other stuff.
Okay, yeah, that's not reasonable.
I'm serious.
What you're saying?
Okay, maybe not.
You're 100% trolling today because the things that you're saying.
I'm serious about
the things that you're
dance.
saying, no reasonable person believes that.
Okay, well, all right. I mean, I'm serious about they need stuff to do to stay out of trouble. And Splash Dance was a good thing, and so is the mall. But that's just me.
And can I ask you a question? When you were younger, like a teenager, when you were, because I'm assuming you graduated high school. Did you graduate high school?
I dropped out, moved out, and got my GED, and then went to college.
Okay. Dropped out at what age or what grade?
Got my GED at 17 and a half.
So what's the last grade of high school that you completed?
10th.
You said 10th?
Yeah, because we had the work program, and it was like, I'm not going to come to school to do first grade work. I'm out.
So when you were in the 10th grade, you were what, 15?
What do you mean? No, when I dropped out?
No, you said the last grade that you completed was the 10th grade. So you were 15 years old, right?
No, I mean 10th or 11th-ish. I mean, ish, you know what I'm saying?
No, I'm asking. I asked you a simple question. Now, you should know what's the last grade that you actually completed.
Right, I completed 10th grade. I mean, I went to a little bit of 11th.
Right,
And then
and I
was
said
done.
when you were in the 10th grade, you were what, 15 years old, right?
16, right? 15, 16.
Okay. And so you're telling me that you were 15 years old at the mall smoking cigarettes and drinking beer in the mall?
And I wasn't drinking beer in the mall, but no, I had a job at 15. So, yeah, I had a job, and I bought my own cigarettes, and when I wanted to drink, I bought alcohol. Yeah, I did. So did my friends.
Look, I'm not disbelieving you. I believe you. But I wanted to know, when you were 15 and with your friends, was you dating black men? Or black, males?
No, I wasn't dating at 15.
You were smoking and drinking,
started
but dating was out of the question.
No, I was working. I mean, I was working my butt off and then taking my money and putting it aside so I could get my own place.
So you didn't
So I
date
wanted
anyone?
cigarettes.
So through high school, you didn't date anyone?
No, not really. Not seriously. I didn't start dating seriously until I was...
I'm not seriously or not seriously. Did you date anyone in high school?
No, my first boyfriend was at 17 and a half.
So you never... When did you have your first kiss?
What? I'm not answering that.
No, I'm asking because I'm trying to find out, when did you open yourself up to the idea of seeing and being with a black person?
It was never not an option. I mean, it was not a rule. It was, I mean, I had other rules, like you have to be a hard worker, you have to be a good person, you know what I'm saying, you can't be a criminal. Those were the rules.
So you was a smoker, a drinker, a worker, but relationships was out of the question.
Right, I had a plan. Yeah,
Okay.
like...
You're saying you had a plan like that's a good thing, but you dropped out of school. So I don't...
And I did my plan. I got my GED, had an apartment, went to college, got my college degree. Yeah, sometimes in life you got to pivot. I mean, I wanted to graduate high school, but once I realized that wasn't in the cards, I was not going to waste my time.
Why? Why was that not in the cards?
Because of the way life was at the time. I mean, it just wasn't in the cards. A lot of us didn't graduate.
I mean,
we got our GED and then went to college.
You had like a bad home life?
Not necessarily that. I didn't want to waste my time in high school. Like, it was stupid to me at that time.
Okay.
So I wanted to be on my own. So I left home and got my own apartment at 17.
Okay.
Okay, I got my GED and then went to college.
I was just curious. I'm trying to understand where some of these thought processes come from. And I don't know. I'm still trying to understand it. Because sometimes you're racist, but you know what I'm saying, you do it to black dudes. Like it don't make sense. So I'm trying to make sense of it. You know, I understand, even like Strom Thurmond, who was very much a racist, but he had sex with, a black woman. So, I'm like, she's Strom Thurmond-ish, but I'm trying to understand how you got there.
I mean, aren't you a little racist sometimes too, to be fair?
Well, I don't know if I agree with that, but if you say so.
I mean, I don't sweat it. You can call me a racist. I know who I am. I know what I'm about. I'm not going to sit here and boo over it. I mean, I grew up in an area, we were called honkies and blah, blah, blah by older people. It ain't nothing to sweat. Like, it gets old after a while, ooh, you're racist. Like, like, night-night boo-boo. Like,
no. I'm just saying, like, I understand, it's not even said to be an insult. It's said as a descriptor of the way that you come off. So if you're not a racist, you say a lot of things that a racist would say. So, and it's not meant to be like, ooh, I gotcha. It's just meant to be like, I'm just trying to understand where it comes from. Like if I you know what I'm saying, I would be like, I'm not taking Shelly call, whatever. But the fact that I talk to you, I'm trying to understand where you come from some of the time. And I have
Okay.
that's why I'm asking about your background, because it would make sense if you like, no, I was, raised, in a trailer park, and, we hated black people and blah, blah, blah. But then I, went to high school and I met a black guy, and, what I'm saying, he was really nice, and I dated him for a little bit, and that opened my eyes. But, my upbringing
No.
is still kind of in the back of my head. That would make a little bit of sense. So that's why I'm asking
let
the
me
questions
say
that I'm asking, not to be insulting, but to try to understand.
In elementary school, okay, I went to Coleraine Elementary School. There's a little bit of information for you. We had a black female principal. So, it wasn't a thing. You know what I'm saying? When you're that young, and everybody loved her, Miss Caldwell. She was a black female principal. So I didn't grow up in a trailer park. I grew up in Coleraine, where it was black and white. Like, we had black principals, we had black teachers, we had black bus drivers, we had black neighbors. So it wasn't like, if my neighbors would call me a honky, you think I'm going to sweat that 40 years later? No. If you're talking about white people, guess what? I live in the same neighborhood. I mean, I knew not to go in Skyline Acres, right? Unless I had someone with me or someone that gave me permission to be there. I knew my place. I wasn't going in Skyline Acres. You know what I mean? I was the only white girl on the bus growing up. They called me Noodlehead.
So they kind of treated you bad from time to time.
Not really. No, I mean, no, because every kid's gonna be kids. It wasn't like, oh, you're treating me bad because I'm white and because you're a racist. It wasn't like that. It was like, you're just a kid and you're just an asshole. You know what I'm saying? There's white kids that are assholes. There are black kids that are assholes. That's just life. I mean, then we all went to splash dance and we play on the same teams type stuff.
All right.
Does that make sense?
Well, I guess a little bit.
All right. Well, anyways, my whole thing was I have a solution for the kids. They just need something to do.
All right.
That's not government sponsored. So.
All right.
All right. Thank you, sir.
And Shelley,
that was a good conversation, wasn't it?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, we're getting better. We're growing. But anyway, all right. I'll talk to you later.
All right. Thanks, Shelley.
Bye.
All right. I'm not against Shelley. I try to find out, because, y'all know, she calls in and she says stuff like, all of this stuff is going to black people, and this is only black people are the only ones getting aid from the county. That's just, either she's really ignorant or really racist. Brent.
You know what, Emanuel? I think I've been texting the afternoon experiment line, that information that you supposed to be sending to me. So, my bad.
I'm calling you as soon as I get off the air today.
Okay, well, it may not be a good time to call me because I'm actually on the road headed to our family reunion with Grandma in the back.
Oh.
So we stopped to check to make sure all the meat was still on ice, and it is. So, so that's good.
What time can I call you
today?
What time can I call you?
Go ahead. It'd have to be probably 8 Central Time.
Which would
9
be
o'clock.
9
If not tomorrow.
I'll call you. I'm gonna call you at 9 o'clock.
All right.
All right.
All right, but real quick, I'm just sorry, LaDonna, no wrestling report. But I do believe Shelley when she says she dropped out of high school. I don't believe Shelley that she got her GED. And I do believe that Shelley went to Trump University. So, but that's all I got. We just stopped, wanted to get out of the car, give me a call real quick. But yeah, Grandma Church of God in Christ, I can't be saying it crazy. She will whoop me. So that's that respect and that fear that you were talking about earlier.
Yes, yes.
But all right, I got to get up back in here. You take it easy.
All right.
And I'll talk to you later.
9 o'clock.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to call Brent at 9. Hold on. I better set an alarm. I got to set an alarm. If I don't set an alarm, I'll be in the middle of something at 9 o'clock. And then I'll look up and it'll be midnight. And I'm not calling him at midnight. Hold on. Let me set 9 p.m. All right. Calling Brent at 9 o'clock. Because I forget. I get involved in stuff, and then I forget. I get involved, and I forget. It's going to happen, Sierra. The merch site is going to happen. Let me see. Anything else? Anything else? Hold on. Let me see. Somebody has said something that I wanted to respond to. I can't find it. I'm looking at all the Shelly comments now. Trying to get past. It was before Shelly. Luther Vandross, excellent voice. Pharaoh, Orange Juice Jones. He did not have a good voice. Keith Sweat can't sing, but he got you the draws. What you think about Babyface? Actually, I think Babyface is a good writer. I think he's a good, writer, producer. He's got decent vocals. Babyface, he's got decent vocals. Look, people can't help how their voice sounds. Like, you sound like you, and you can't help that. It's not anything that you did. This is just how you sound. But I think, for the voice that Babyface has, he does a nice deal with it. And I'm a fan of Babyface. I like Babyface. I liked the Wisher twins. Love their voices. I don't even know who that is, Dina. Who are the Wishers twins? I genuinely have never heard of that, ever. Who are those people? The lead singer from Silk is nice. I like his voice. I don't know his name, but I do like his voice. He's the one who, their main singer, they'd be doing all this singing, and then at the end of the song, he come in and take it home. I don't know his name, but I think he's got a good voice. Sarah says she clearly meant the the whispers. I did not know what she meant. How was that clear? I didn't know what she meant. But okay, the whispers. I like the whispers too. Stokely. I don't like Mick Stokely's single stuff. I listen to, but I'm not a big fan of Stokely's solo stuff. But in terms of Mick and Dick, I like Stokely's voice. I think he's got a really good voice. Caller.
Hi, Emanuel.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Hi, this is Dina. How are you?
Dina, I'm fantastic. How are you?
I'm good. I'm calling about my comment on there, not the whispers. Like, the little, I guess your scrolling thing is a little delayed. I meant the whispers, the twins.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay. Yeah, somebody
Oh, did you read it?
yeah, somebody let me know. And okay, yeah,
Oh,
I
okay.
liked the Whispers as well. I wouldn't say they were some great singers or anything like that, but I liked the group. Yeah.
You just kicked me out of my stomach. Okay, fine. You don't like them.
No, I didn't say I don't like them. I like them. I listen to their music. You know, for a long time I was trying to get my band to do some Whisper stuff, but they wouldn't do it. So I like them. I wouldn't. For me personally, I wouldn't put their vocals up there with Stevie Wonder. You know.
No, I agree with you there. I totally agree with you there. Okay. I just wanted to call in and correct that because it's a little delayed on my actually on your end.
Well, no, I had gone back after Shelley to look at some of the comments that I missed when she called. So yeah, I had gone back. All right, where are you on the corporal punishment thing?
For kids? For children, basically?
Yeah.
No, I got lit up as a child. I was all over the place. I was bad. I got lit up. So, I mean, it's just like what Black Lion said. I basically learned a lot, and there are a lot of things I would not do again. It worked for me.
Yeah. Okay.
It worked for me, but, like, dealing with my nephews and my niece, I couldn't do it. I can't do it. They get over on me all the time. I'd rather just pay them off.
Okay.
And give them treats or something like that, or just make them go sit down. But yeah, my mother, yeah, I learned a lot.
Yeah.
And she didn't care where it was. I can get it anywhere.
And
in front of the police.
And again,
it didn't matter.
Yeah, I don't necessarily be like, hey, smack your kids around and beat your kids or whoop your kids or whatever. But sometimes for some kids, that might be the thing that helps them understand you mean business, whereas you could do all the talking in the world and all of that kind of. Like I said, I raised 3 of them, and my youngest daughter, all I had to do was look at her, and if she knew I was upset, that girl bust out into tears and go on to do whatever. My son, I didn't really have to put hands on him very often. Every once in a while, I had to more raise my voice to him, and he would respond to that. But the oldest girl, she needed everything. She needed whooping, the hollering and screaming, an exorcism. She needed all of it. And, but you got 3 different kids, and you can't say, I'm going to raise them all the same, because they don't all need the same thing.
Yeah, I agree there. Because after a certain point, I knew what I could and could not do, especially in public, because she would embarrass me. So I knew to act right. I knew not to ask for anything, go over somebody's house. She fed us before we went. If I asked for anything, I got it. That was just it.
Yeah.
yeah, definitely learned a lot. Also helped me as an adult too. Knowing to act right, know which hats to wear. So it taught me a lot.
Yeah.
Worked for me.
All right.
All right.
Is that it? Anything else?
That's it.
All right.
And Shelley's an ass. That's about it. I think we all know that.
Yes. All right.
He's a jackass. All right.
All right.
Nice to talk to you, Emanuel. Everybody have a good evening, y'all. Take care of yourself. Stay cool.
All right. Thank you for calling in.
Bye-bye.
All right. That is Dina. All right. Mary says you have to correct the kids at a young age. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You can't wait until, there's some people that I know who needed to correct their children. And it was so out of hand to the point that I mentioned it to them. And I don't, be telling people you need to correct your kid. I don't do that. But it was so out of hand to the point that I mentioned it to them. And they said, and this is for real what was said to me, once they get around 8, 9 years old, then we'll start correcting them. Like, by that time, it's going to be way too late. No, you need to have been correcting them. By the time they 8, 9, and these kids was maybe 4 or 5 or 6, somewhere in there. Like, by the time they get 8, 9 years old, they're going to be so out of control, you're not going to be able to correct them. You can't just let them. Well, we need them to grow and learn to express themselves and be free and, not have shackles on them as they grow and, grow into their independence and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, you are raising potential terrors that the rest of us are going to have to deal with because you either chose to or didn't know how to correct and guide them when they were 1. But they stuck with that, and them teenage kids now are so out of control. But who am I? Who am I? Alicia says, I'm glad you said different kids need to be handled differently. Kids are not the same. Yeah, because I used to get into this conversation when I was on the radio back in the early 2000s. And, people would say all the time, because I was back then, I might not have been the most tactful person. And I used to tell parents they failed their children. You failed as a parent. So, my kid grew up and he wouldn't do nothing I said. And, now he doing 20 years in prison. And I'd be like, you failed as a parent. You failed. I didn't fail. I had 6 kids. I raised them all the same. And he the only one. And I'm like, he didn't need what the others 5 or 6 needed. He needed you to raise him differently because he had a different personality. No, if you're doing what's right, then the kid don't matter. I'll be like, it do matter because kids have different personalities. They respond to different stimuli. You can't, just like in learning. Every kid don't learn, but this is da-da-da, and I just told you. And so some kids in class gonna get it. Like, oh, the teacher just taught us so-and-so and so. There's gonna be some kid in class like, huh? You need to pull out some visual aids for him or her. See, and this here, and if you do that, and then they get it. Like, oh, okay, I got it. And then there's going to be some other kids like, huh? And you need to find another way. You got all of these different kids. They all learn differently. And so you have to teach to everyone in the class. Same way with parents. But people didn't. I used to get into that all the time. All the time. And people used to tell me I didn't know what I was talking about and wait till I had some kids because a lot of them didn't know that I already had kids that I was raising. And I was already observing the differences in their personalities. Especially you raise a kid from a baby and you got this one baby that responds to, you got the little chair you put them in and they love that and they laugh. And then you got another baby, you put them in that same chair. They hate that motion. Like it worked for the first baby. It's a different baby. But for whatever reason, people just think, I just do the same thing. Insert baby. And that should work. If some parents are honest, they failed as parents, but they'll never take accountability for it. I used to say that. I don't say that no more because it triggers people. And y'all know me. I don't want to trigger nobody. I want everybody happy. But you still can't just slap the S out of them. That ain't right. No, I agree. I mean, I think there's maybe well, it all depends on the situation. And this ain't gonna sound good. This is not gonna sound good, but it depends on the situation. I would say just, on a normal basis, no, you shouldn't just be running around slapping the fire out of kids. Like literal hand to face slapping the fire out of kids. But there are some instances where that might be appropriate. There are a few instances that I can maybe think of where that might be appropriate. Just a few. Just a few. B-Rab.
Emanuel Livingston. What's going on, big brother?
Hey, what's going on?
I'm doing all right. Just calling in, man, to make the response to Shelly especially, man. Shelly, she's a big-ass hypocrite.
Oh.
And the reason why I say that is she on one hand, she don't want any government assistance towards kids that's acting right. But on the other hand, she wants people to help out the kids and stuff like that. Like, she just doesn't make sense. Like, it's just all over the place.
I agree. But I think a lot of that stuff is rooted in some sort of a racism. Because the people that she has problems with receiving government assistance, she always talk about black people and Latino people. But when I mention white people get assistance, she don't seem to have a problem with that. So that's why I'll be asking her stuff be rooted in some sort of racism. And if she's not racist, if it's not racism, I'm going to call it tribalism. And I'm going to call it tribalism in this whole Republican MAGA movement, which is rooted in racism, but a lot of them don't know that. So they hear them talk about America first and this and this and that, and they buy into that without understanding that what they're buying into is rooted in racism.
Right, because she made a little comment talking about, didn't Martin Luther King die for you to go on hayride? I say, what the fuck? Did she just say Martin Luther King died for Emanuel Livingston to go on hayride?
She did.
Cincinnati.
She did say
she
that. Really
just say that?
Yes.
I'm like, that is crazy. That is insane. And all the MAGA people talking about America first. Donald Trump ain't putting y'all first. Y'all was some goofies, man. I don't get these voters, man. That stuff gets on my nerves, man. But the thing is, too, man, with the kids, switching gears real quick to the kids.
All right.
You can't whoop ass no more like how we did. I was avid on escaping ass whoopings from my mom. The last time my mom tried to whoop me, I think I was like 14. And, I lightweight jumped back at her. She said, who the hell you jumping at? And slapped the shit out of me. That was the last time I ever jumped at my mom. But, it was that coming up from Avondale, I'm thinking I'm grown, you know what I'm saying? But as far as some kids do need their ass whooped, I had peoples that got whoopings but still turned out, going to jail or doing this and doing that. So sometimes whooping ain't the answer, but some kids do need their ass whooped. And some kids you can talk to. Now, the problem is, like you said, man, and I agree with you 100%, that small minority makes the majority look bad. So when they running news stories from 5 in the morning to 11 in the morning to 4 o'clock in the afternoon to 6 p.m. at night to 10 p.m. at night to 11 p.m. at night.
You can just say 11 p.m. You don't have to put the at night. We know when you say p.m., that's at night.
You're right. You're absolutely right. So when they run them stories continuously like that, it's going to make it seem like, oh, it's a lot of crime being committed. But they're running continuously 1 or 2 stories daily.
Right.
Now, a lot of go ahead, man. I'm sorry.
No, I just said right. I'm agreeing with you.
Oh, yeah, no. And a lot of them unsolved shootings, yes, we had a shooting here, but there's no witnesses. In my opinion, those be white supremacists coming down, causing chaos. I know it may sound crazy to a lot of people, but in my opinion, them crimes that have no witnesses and they can't find out who done it, to me, in my opinion, those be white supremacists, KKK committing those type of shootings, where it's just a shooting, but nobody got injured or nobody got hurt, but it happened in a mysterious place at 1 o'clock in the morning. You know, to me, that be manufactured to keep crime going in the inner city neighborhoods. Andy Emanuel, have you ever seen them people put those masks on? You ever seen those, like them one mask that look real?
I'm not sure.
When you do some time, do some research on white people wearing black masks.
Okay.
They got.
I have seen that, bank robberies and stuff like that. I've seen it. Yes. I mean, I didn't actually see the mask, but I've seen stories about. And genuinely, I saw the story, but I never saw the mask shown in the story. But they were talking about how realistic the mask looked, but it was a white guy who was robbing these banks, but he had on this realistic looking mask that made people believe it was a black person doing it.
Right, exactly. And they have that, and they also have the hands that go with the mask. So if you're standing far back, 50 feet, 100 feet from a distance, with that mask on, with those hands, with that mask on, with another something covering your face, so all you're seeing is the eyes of a black person with black hands shooting into a crowd with that mask on, is going to make it look and appear to be like that is a black person when the whole thing is being set up by a white guy. So it gets crazy. It gets crazy, man. So that's just my opinion on that, to segue, from talking to kids and whooping ass. I can agree with some of the things Fame was saying, and I could disagree with some of the things Fame was saying, because like you said, if we don't check our own kids, whether it be with a little bit of discipline, then these white folks, they gonna check them with no care in the world. At least, E-Man, if you was to ever, have to give baby girl a little spanking, it'd be with love. It'd be with discipline. It'd be with love, and it would be as a teaching moment instead of letting somebody else discipline her without no love, and you getting upset at that person for disciplining baby girl. Or I ain't even gonna use you and baby girl. I'm sorry, but discipline. I'm just gonna use myself.
It don't bother me.
Disciplining my son.
It's hypothetical. Said it's hypothetical. It doesn't bother me at all.
You say what again?
It's hypothetical. It doesn't bother me at all.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it's totally hypothetical. You know how some people will, hey, you talking about Emanuel's baby girl like that?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing like that, but you know what I'm saying? Because I got a 1-year-old. He turning 2 next month. Wow. But anyway, yeah. So. What else was the topics, man? Like, what else were we talking about?
I don't remember.
I could go in off on a tangent.
Yeah, I don't remember. I don't remember.
Okay, why you ain't? I wanted you to elaborate more with Black Lion. Because I ain't hearing from him in a while. I just wanted to hear his thoughts about, politics and, what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Lion. I rock with him. I thought you was going to elaborate with him and see what he been to. Like, what's up? But like, what you been up to, Black Lion? Like, that's what I thought you were going to ask him before you let him off the phone.
But next time he call in, I'll do that.
Yeah. Okay. That's what's up. Okay, man. Hey, I was just calling. Oh yeah, man. CK was cooking you, bruh.
What was he?
CK was cooking you, E-Man. he was getting you today, bruh. He He got his jab back in there. I like that CK.
Sometimes he get me, my brain don't work, and I have a ceiling. So
that's what's up. Hey, man, shout out to everybody in the chat. I don't care what y'all say about me or whatever. It's funny to me, you know what I'm saying? Y'all, everybody be safe. Everybody get some sun today. Go for a walk, give a person a hug. Tell somebody you love them. You know what I'm saying? Everybody stay positive, stay blessed. E-Man, you have a good day, man. I appreciate you.
You do the same, B-Rap.
All right, peace.
All right. That was B-Rap. Somebody called in while B-Rap was on. Tanika. Tanika left a voicemail. I can't listen to the voicemail right now, Tanika. I guess technically I could. You want me to listen to the voicemail, Tanika? Or you want me to just wait and you're going to call back? Somebody asked about 241 kids. Look, I was never concerned about 241 kids. I remember 221 Suma. And I remember my mama told me, if you ever decide you want to call 221 Suma, you might as well just go ahead and pack your stuff. Because when they come here, you leaving with them. And every fiber of my being believes she meant that. Tanika.
Hey, E-Man, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. Am I feedbacking at all?
No.
Okay, perfect. So I did not leave a voicemail. I was just shocked and in awe that you did not answer my call, but I didn't realize that B-Rap was on. But anyway, I was calling. It was something that you said that made me think about something that I've been kind of brewing over for the past probably 8 years. As far as you made a statement about the people who used to call in back in the day to talk to you about their kids and all the stuff they're doing and going to jail and all of this, and you would say you was a bad parent or it was your fault for
you failed as a parent
or whatever.
Yeah.
You failed as a okay. Thank you. I got to quote you right. You failed as a parent, but then it made me think about sometimes parents do what. Basically, people do what they have the capacity to do. And this is no excuse. It's just a realization that some people don't have it, and maybe their mother was terrible, or and that's all they know to do. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I think about that when I think about my mom, and it's 7 of us. And I do believe, and I agree with you about when you parent your children, even though I have one, you have to parent them differently, just based on the way my mom, tried to parent us. And so my oldest brother and the girls never really, got in too much trouble. But my younger brother, she was tearing them up. Oh, Lord have mercy. She was tearing them up, but they were terrible, though. But they still, my youngest brother, he's kind of been in and out of, with the law for forever. But everybody else, is pretty cool. So even if you do try to parent your children, in different ways according to, their own personalities, you may have one that falls through the crack. And I won't say that that's a bad parent. I just think that people do the best they can do with what they have. Now, like for me, after saying all of that for me, I was a good child. You believe me, don't you, Emanuel?
Not really, but we'll pretend like I believe you. No, I believe you were probably just, from what I know of you and what I've experienced of you, you don't seem like you would have been a bad child.
No, I was not a bad child. I was a good child, and I can probably count on one hand how many times that my mom had to discipline me. But one time, I did something and I deserved that. She beat the brakes off of me. I don't agree with the method, with how she beat me, but I deserved it. I was 14, and me and my cousin, we stayed out till 1 o'clock in the morning. It was something stupid like that. But she beat the brakes off of me, and I deserved it. And guess what? I never did that again. So now when it comes to me and my daughter, because I would say she's kind of similar to me in the way that, I was no problem to my mom. I don't really have to spank her. So I believe in the 90-10% rule. So 90% disciplining as far as talking and teaching and trying to train her to be a productive citizen, and then 10% spanking. which thankfully I really didn't have to do that. So if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. I don't know that I would put a percent on it, but I understand what you're saying. But let me address the other part about you failed as a parent. I don't necessarily think you're a bad parent because you failed as a parent. See, to me, failure means this. What's the goal? If your goal is to raise a good, productive, law-abiding, citizen or whatever, somebody who ain't in trouble and somebody who lives a good life, and you don't accomplish that goal, even though you did everything that you knew how to do, that's why I never said you were a bad parent. But you did fail as a parent because you didn't meet the goal in raising a child that became that. So that it's a at least in my mind, it's a difference. You know what I'm saying? If I take the test and I do my very best, but I still only get a 59, I failed that test. Don't make me a bad student. Don't make me dumb, but I definitely failed that test. So that's when I say you failed, you didn't meet whatever hopefully your goal wasn't to raise a child who in prison. You know what I'm saying? So if you did, you probably failed. You didn't meet that goal.
Yeah, I guess even if you even have a goal, some people are just trying to make it every day. They can't wait for these kids to get up out of here. I'm not that parent. And I not cringe, because I talked to my mom. She's like, well, she got to grow up anyway. My daughter is 14. She'll be 15. And, my heart I'm excited about how she's growing and how she's maturing.
Oh, I can't believe that she's about to be 15. Oh, my goodness.
I know. If next time we're going to come through the church, you're going to be looking like, what the heck? And most people, when they see her now, because when we left Cincinnati, she was 10. And people are, doing double checks, is that her? Like, yeah, that's her. Yeah, she'll be 15. But the young lady that she's becoming, I am so proud. I told her today, I'm so proud of you. You are, of course, when you have teenagers, you go through the phase of, doing chores and all this stuff. But I love the fact that most times I don't have to tell her, and she does well in school, and she's about to start marching band now. And I told her that I was so proud of her, of how good she's doing. So, but my heart breaks a little bit, even though I'm proud of her. As she's getting older, she's leaving my house. I don't want her to leave. I want her to stay with me. Is that bad? My mom was like, girl, she gotta grow up. I know she has to grow up, and I'm allowed her space to grow up, but she can stay with me as long as she wants to.
All right.
Yeah. But just to do a little swerve here, you were talking about, we both love music, and I noticed that we have a similar ear as far as the people that we like. Everybody that you mentioned as far as high tenor, or I guess you'll call them first tenor singers. I like everybody you name, but I like Peebo Bryson. He's another one that I like.
Yeah.
And I also, you like him too? Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And I like Jonathan Dunn. He's not old school, but his voice, he's one of my favorite high tenor voices. Would you agree?
I would agree.
Mm-hmm. See, we got similar interests, but you notice that, I'm sorry, I'm taking up a lot of time. Hey, y'all in the chat. I noticed that if you listen to him, you hear a lot of Stevie. I know he's a huge Stevie Wonder, so you hear a lot of Stevie, and it's something he does with his voice. I'm like, I love it. But anyway, that's all I call for. I don't want to hold up or take up any more time than I have. But I appreciate you for taking my call.
Well, I appreciate you for calling.
Thank you.
All right. Have a wonderful day.
You too.
All right. That was Tanika. All right. Yeah. Oh. Hello?
Oh, I am not a piggyback or a double backer or a double dipper. I don't do that. But I was saying something before you hung up. Something came to me real quick. You know how you tell us to, make sure that you, tell somebody how they feel, how they inspires you. I just want you to know that I did that. So you can mark me off for your list of people who don't do it, okay?
All right.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
And Emanuel, thank you. Go ahead.
Did the person that you tell, did they express to you how important that was to them?
Yeah, they did. And they said that I'm really trying, So I think that inspired them to keep doing what they're doing. Because the person, and let me go a little, no, I ain't going to go. I've taken up enough time. I'll call back another day. I don't want to be like some of your callers. I'm sorry, but is that a dig? My bad. Now let me go because I don't want to double dip. I just want to tell you that. So thank you for doing that. Okay.
Thank you for doing it.
Oh, no problem. Take care. Bye.
All right. Bye. All right. All right. So she did it. It feels good to you to do it. And it feels good to the person that you do it to. Oh, when that was like 3/4 of the way out, I didn't like the way that it was going to end. But you know what I'm saying. The person that you celebrate and let them know the influences they had on you, it feels good to inspire the person that inspired you. And you're really just inspiring them to keep doing what they're doing because you know the effect that it had on you. And so you know that it's probably had an effect on other people. And if they continue, then it will probably, influence someone else in the way that influenced you. When I was saying it, I was like, I know I'm using the wrong words here. Oh, but back to the 221 Summa. 221 Summa. And like a lot of y'all are saying, yeah, my mama always told us. And not that my mama was beating us. You know what I'm saying? But we did get whoopings. You pretty much had to deserve it. You did something to get a whooping, and you had probably been talked to, or it was just understood. Because there were just some things that were understood. We don't steal. And we all knew if you are out and you ever get caught stealing, like they didn't have, we're going to talk about what drove you to steal and maybe we should have, and maybe they should have had those conversations, but there were just some stuff that was, this is the understanding. These are things we don't do. And if you do these things, you 100% out of line and there will be consequences. So one thing I was never going to do was steal. Because I knew if I stole, I wasn't going to come home and have a nice little conversation. I was going to get that whooping and get fussed at while I got that whooping. And then depending on how mad mama or daddy was, I might have got another whooping. You know what I'm saying? Because mama might have gave me one. And then when daddy got home, she would have told him, they call him stealing down at Calvin's. And they call him what? And then daddy would have went and got that, for whatever reason, he always had a brand new leather belt and went and got that new leather belt and gave me another whooping. And then I would have had to endure a long talk. Who wants to go through that? So, yeah, it was just some things we don't do. Somebody else might do that. But we don't do that. And it was just understood. So it wasn't like we were getting beat. But we knew certain things was gonna result in a whooping. We knew it. And I don't know why, but I remember seeing the 221 Summa commercials, and I don't know why mama ever felt the need to address it. But I remember, and I don't even remember the context. I don't know if it was in a family meeting. We used to have family meetings. I don't know if it was in a family meeting or just something she saw when but I remember once mama saying, if you ever want to call 221 Summa, I'm fine with that. Call them. Just know when you call them, you leaving with them. That was like the whole speech. If you call somebody to come into my house and try to tell me what to do, you might as well go on and go with them because you think they know better than me. If you call them, you leaving with them. Boom. End of story. And nobody ever called them because I always thought, yeah, she mean that. She really seriously mean it. Like, and I kind of like living here. We got Atari. You know what I'm saying? We got ColecoVision. You know what I'm saying? I could just sit here and chill in my pajamas and play Donkey Kong What could be better than that? I bet you at the Suma house, I don't know what it was called. In my mind, it was always the Suma house. I bet at the Suma house, there's a whole bunch of kids sitting around, and they can't sit around in their pajamas and play Donkey Kong. Go in the kitchen and get whatever they want to eat. Well, I couldn't get whatever I want to eat, but, there ain't no reason for me to call 221 Suma and leave here. I got a racetrack. Then my car go up the wall and back down. I got a racetrack that my car go up the wall and come back down. And I can play with my racetrack whenever I feel like it. When I get tired of that, I can go downstairs and play Donkey Kong or Pitfall or, something like that. There was never a reason for me to call 221 Suma. But I always believed my mama meant it. So when my kids was coming up, I told them the same thing, and I meant it. Like, if y'all ever decide y'all gonna call 241 kids, I'm not gonna tell you not to call. I'm not even gonna be mad at you. Just know, when they come, you leaving with them. And you'll probably never see me again. I won't reach out to you. Because you done decided somebody else can parent you better than me, so let them be your parent in every way. And I meant it. And I think my kids knew I meant it. So I never worried about it. That's right. You can't take that stuff with you. You can't take stuff with you. Sahara says, I was definitely whooped. Belts, shoes, extension cords, switches, being raised by mama, grandmama, and great-grandparents. There was no way out of it, but it made me a better person. I don't know that my whoopings made me a better person. I don't know that they made me a better person. I think the threat of the whooping, for me, was enough. Except for the homework piece. I wasn't doing no homework. And they could whoop me all day, every day. I was not going to do no homework. And I didn't get a whole lot of homework whoopings. I think initially I got some homework whoopings, but I think they came to the conclusion, like, this fool ain't going to do his homework no matter what. Yeah, we done took away the Atari and the ColecoVision and the racetracks and put him on punishment in his room and not let him come out and not let him go outside and play and, not let him play with the dog. And, we done took everything away from this fool. And he still ain't gonna do his homework. And they probably resign themselves to the fact that, okay, he not gonna do homework. He's an intelligent kid. He gets A's on all his tests. He understands the material. I don't know why they never went and advocated for me. Like, just grade him on tests and stuff. He's not a child that needs to do homework. But they just wasn't gonna do that. But they stopped whooping me for it. And it was just like, he don't do his homework. Ain't nothing I can do about it. But it ain't like he ain't learning. So I guess that was one of them pick your battles. Do I whoop this fool every day? Or do I just look at his grades and see that he's learning and just deal with the fact that he ain't going to do homework? And I think my arm is sore. I don't feel like whooping you no more. Go play and learn. I said ColecoVision. But I think almost all of my whoopings was either behind, not doing homework, or getting into fights. And I never felt like I deserved a fight whooping ever because I don't think I ever started a single fight ever in my life. I think all of the fights that I ever that I've ever had was me defending myself because somebody decided they could beat me up and I wasn't going to take it. You know what I'm saying? And I got beat up sometimes. But it wasn't going to be worth it to beat me up every day because I was going to get mine in too. So you better pick on somebody who's scared to fight back because I'm fighting back. You might whoop me. You might whoop me. I didn't know it then, but I was a little bitty kid. I was tiny. And big bullies used to try to bully me. That's why I always tell you I was unbullyable. Not that nobody could try. People tried. I was going to fight back. I was going to get me some licks in. You was going to know you was in a fight, and you still wasn't going to get what you was trying to get. You wasn't going to get me to be scared of you. You wasn't taking my money or, my whatever. None of that kind of stuff. None of that. None of that. You wasn't going to do that. You was going to have to beat it out of me and take some licks along the way. I think I remember one bully having 2 fights with him. He whooped me the first time, he whooped me the second time, but he didn't come back a third time. Not because, he won, but because I got some licks in too. Some good licks. And I kind of, the second time for sure, I fought dirty. So it was one of those, like, oh, here he come again. Man, he ain't even worth our time. That was the third time. He ain't even worth our time. That means it's risk reward. Let's do an assessment. I can whoop him, and I can take his chicken nuggets, but I'm gonna have to fight for 2 chicken nuggets, and is it really worth it? That was what the first fight was over. I was walking out of the line, and he took 2 of my chicken nuggets and put them in his mouth real quick. And I knew I couldn't get the chicken nuggets back, but you wasn't getting away with that. And I smacked the mess out of him with that tray, which of course knocked all my food on the floor. And then he beat the tar out of me. But, oh well. And then he did it again. And I didn't smack him with the tray. I punched him, and he beat the tar out of me, but I fought back. I bit, I clawed, I punched, elbowed, I did everything. Like, he felt me. And then the next time, I never understood why they let them do it. They just stood, because, in the lunchroom, it was an entrance, and then, you had the thing, it was a wall there, and it was an exit. And they would just stand there at the exit, and as you walking out, a hand come and take your stuff. So you don't even have an opportunity to, kind of guard your stuff. No, not me. Not me. So that's what, when I say I was unbullyable, I don't mean that people didn't try. And I lost some fights. I did. But I was, some people would just cower, and I could never be that. But most of my whoopings was either for homework or fighting. And I never thought I deserved a fighting whooping. But, I guess I kind of understood. It is what it is. I did get the one for leaving the refrigerator door open that I didn't leave open. But I didn't get like a whole lot of whoopings or nothing like that. But when you got them, you got them. You know what I'm saying? When you got them, you got them. Right, Brittany. Plus, my mama was hella there. And it was just, that was another thing that we did. You know what I'm saying? Like, one thing we don't do is we don't steal. We knew that. We knew that we don't steal. We don't get bullied. We don't get ran home. We don't get none of that kind of stuff. You just don't. You just don't. You stand up for yourself. That's one thing that we do. We all knew that growing up. You better stand up for yourself. If she heard that you got bullied and you didn't stand up for yourself. And of course, that, at least for me mentally, I think probably for all of us, that didn't just become a physical stand up for yourself. It became, taking principled stances. Principled stances. You stand up for yourself mentally and emotionally and all of that kind of stuff. You stand your ground. In a conversation, in a debate, in an argument, in a fight, you stand your ground. That's just the way we was raised. Get your lip busted for chicken nuggets. Yep. Because like Anthony said, it's not about the chicken nuggets. Because it could have been anything. You just going to take from me? And just because you bigger, I'm just supposed to let you? No. Nope. It's not who I am, not who I've ever been. Daryl said, I remember I got the worst whooping ever from my mama when she was sitting in the kitchen window. I was outside on the porch and she heard me cuss. Man, that was one of them whoopings where the whole projects heard it. And I got capped on for weeks. James say, my mom name was Helen. Yeah, Helen Ann. She didn't play. All right, y'all. Oh, it is 6:30. Why do y'all do that? Somebody should have been like, Emanuel, it's 5 o'clock. You got to go. And I'd have been like, oh, I got to go, y'all. No, y'all can keep me till 6:30, 6:35 p.m. in the evening. Lamont said, I feel you. I'm fighting for mine, too. Yeah. But again, I'm not saying, like, I don't, to hear my daughter tell it, I gave her a lot of whoopings when she was little, but I don't think I did. I think in her mind, she might have, she might have got 2 or 3 her whole life. But in her mind, it was so much more. But again, I would look at her and she would cry and kind of, when she knew that she was wrong. So I was not whooping. Whooping was never a first option for almost anything. For almost anything, whooping wasn't a first option. I can't think of anything where I was like, okay, that's the first time you ever done that, you getting a whooping. And it was like, why did you do that? I want to understand, because I'm me. Why did you do it? Like, you knew that you did whatever it was that you did. So there's no confusion about that. Why did you do what you did? Oh, no. Let's see, now you on the path to a whooping. You did it. What was going through your mind when you did it? Oh, no. Oh, you really on that path. You better start explaining your mindset, because if we can't understand what happened with you for you to do it, then I don't know how to help you make a better decision. So we really need to get to the point where you understand what you did, why you did it, that it was wrong, and that you should never do it again, and how I feel about it. But if we are not going to be on that path, then we got a problem. And I would sit and talk to him, for hours. You going to explain to me what you did, why you did it. Was it your friends? Did your friends influence you to do this? Did you influence your friends to do this? Because I was never one of those, my kids is innocent and my kids did. Nope. I was never one of those. I knew my kids could be bad as anybody else's kids. Are you the ringleader? You know what I'm saying? As other parents looking at me like, you raising that crazy kid. You know what I'm saying? I need to know. So by the time we was finished, everybody had a clear understanding. This is what happened. This is why you did it. You understand that is not a good reason to do something, or, whatever. You understand that what you did was wrong and that it can never happen again. All right. I'm telling you, you got to understand this, because if this come up again, we not having no hour-long talk. We gonna have some serious issues. And of course, you got to reinforce that you love them and you believe that they can, do better, and, they can make good decisions, and explain to them, give them some techniques and things to, make good decisions. If your friends are influencing you, you have to figure out a way to make them understand that they shouldn't be influenced by their friends, and, give them some solutions so that it don't happen the next time, give them an escape route and all of that kind of stuff. Like, you got to do all of that stuff. But if we, we done did all of this stuff and you still doing the same thing, you might have to get this whooping, because it's not getting through your head. Brittany said, I used to do that too. Chelsea's mouth saved her a many day because she would make me understand her thought processes. Yeah, and if you can make me understand it, then I'm gonna give you some, tools so that we're not in this situation again. I'm going to do my best to give you some tools so that we're not in this situation, so you can avoid this. You know what I'm saying? But all of that stuff come before whooping. In my mind, whooping is like a last resort, except for, there's certain things where if you do this, there's nothing. Just, you did this, you probably going to get a whooping. I'm still asked, why did you do it? Like if one of my kids would have stole something, why did you steal? You better have a heck of an explanation, because otherwise you know what's happening. This is a non-negotiable. You know what's about to happen. Short of, one of them non-negotiables. And again, even the non-negotiable, it would have had to be one heck of an explanation. Like, I can't even think of a reason why, you know what I'm saying? Somebody was kidnapped and, you were the only person who could make it, and the kidnapper told you, you got 30 minutes to get me a bag of Grippos from the store, or I'm killing this person and blowing up the school and all that kind of stuff. And so you had to do some Bruce Willis stuff and break into the store and steal some Grippos. And, that's the way that you got the school to not be blown up. And, it better be some proof, then the police arrested them after it happened. But they arrested me too, because I had ended ended up stealing the Grippos, and I can prove that, you know what I'm saying, they took Nakatomi Plaza, and the only way for me to get everybody out alive was steal the Grippos. All right, I might let you slide on the stealing of the Grippos for that. But you better have a heck of a story for one of the non-negotiables. But I'm going to still give you a shot. Because for me, whooping was last resort. All right, so I got to get out of here. I'm sorry, the tip of my nose is itching right here. I got to get out here and wash my face or something. I don't know what's going on. Y'all enjoy the rest of the day. The 4th of July is, what day is the 4th of July? What day is today? What's today? Tuesday. So the 4th is Friday? I probably won't be on Friday. But I do have every intention on being here tomorrow at the right time. Yeah. So I look forward to seeing and hearing from some of y'all tomorrow. Oh, real quick, I need a new show to watch. Oh, hold on. I do need a new show to watch. So if you got a good show, a good TV show and or movie to watch, let me know. Because I need new shows to watch. But I will tell you, I don't need MGM Plus anymore. Now, I'm about to tell y'all this secret. It ain't a secret, but it's a secret. I have a friend who has, a lot of different subscription services. But my friend got a VPN now, right? And my friend found a website that all you got to do is type your show that you want to watch in. Again, y'all know this is typing. All you got to do is type it in, a show, and they will tell you where in the world you can watch this show. So my friend has been watching From, which here you can only see on MGM Plus, and The Godfather of Harlem on Max. And again, it's an MGM Plus show. Amazon Prime kind of facilitates the MGM Plus thing. But my friend found out that in Spain, Godfather of Harlem and From comes on Max. So my friend goes on his VPN and, basically says, hey, I'm in Spain. And he pulls up Max. And then he can watch everything, that they showing in Spain. So my friend has found a way to kind of get around getting MGM Plus. Oh yeah, what's the site? Does it have Apple shows too? Hold on, let me see. My friend said if you go to watchany.stream. Hold on, I'm putting, if I can spell. Yeah, my friend says if you go to watchany.stream and just put in any movie or any TV show, they'll tell you all of the places in the world that you can watch it and on what platform. No, not in Spanish. It's the show. It's just the show. It's not in Spanish. It's just the regular show. No, what my friend is doing is perfectly legal. My friend pays for or shares all of these sites, and it's perfectly legal. It's perfectly legal. You know what I'm saying? Like if you pay for Max, it's perfectly legal to get a VPN and click on Spain and then open up your Max account. And then you'll see all of those shows there, and then there's no laws being broken. None. Pamela says, can't you do the same on IMDb? No. IMDb will tell you about the show, but it doesn't tell you, like, let's see. Somebody tell me a show. Just name a show, an old movie that you want to see, or something on some streaming platform that you want to watch. Just name a show. Ronald says, we speak English though, E-Man. The shows are not in Spanish just because they're on a Max in Spain. Magnum PI. All right, so say I want to watch Magnum PI. I am on watchany.stream. I'm typing in Magnum PI. Magnum PI. You want to watch let's say the 1980 TV series. On Amazon Prime, if you are in the UK, Germany, or Gibraltar, you can watch Magnum PI, the TV series from the 1980s. That's it. Now, there are some other ones. ITVX Premium in the UK, Flix in Brazil, O2 TV in the Czech Republic, Lepsi TV in the Czech Republic, or Philo in the USA. All of those are the places where you can watch Magnum PI. So if you have Amazon Prime and a VPN, you go in, you click that you're in Germany, and then you can watch Magnum PI on Amazon Prime. It tells you what country you have to be in. Enemy of the state. Okay, enemy of the state. Let's see. Did I spell it right? I did not spell state right. 1998. Enemy of the state. If you have Amazon Prime and you're in the Netherlands, you can watch Enemy of the State. If you have Hulu in USA, you should be able to watch Enemy of the State. If you have Disney Plus, you can watch Enemy of the State. If you are in, they got a whole list of countries. Argentina, Albania, Austria. It's alphabetical. Brazil. I'm skipping some. Chile, Switzerland, Canada, Colombia, Germany, Ecuador, Portugal, Jamaica, and so forth. It's a whole list of them on Disney Plus. So if you have a VPN and you just say, hey, I'm in Brazil. Shahira says, is it free? If you already have Disney Plus and you already pay for a VPN, yes, it's just like it's part of your subscription. Yeah. Tanika says, even Tubi movies? I don't know. Ronald says, FBI be at your door. For what? It's legal. It's legal. It's 100% legal to have a VPN. It's 100% legal to subscribe to Disney Plus. It's 100% legal to watch your Disney Plus, using your VPN. All of this is 100% legal. I'm not going to tell you nothing that's going to get you, potentially in trouble because, I don't be trusting a man like that. So my friend found this out. And my friend been watching stuff like my friend had an opportunity. My friend liked that movie Jumper. It's got hold on, you said you have Hulu. Let me see. It's on Hulu. Enemy of the State, according to this, is on Hulu. You should be able to watch Enemy of the State on Hulu. Now, again, for Amazon Prime, you need to be in the Netherlands to watch it. But my friend had a chance to watch Jumper, which is a movie he hadn't seen in years. So I need a VPN as well. Yes. Sammy says Jumper is good. It is. I like the little movie. I liked it. I always like it. I've always liked that movie, but I couldn't find it. And then I put it in and found out it was on Disney Plus in Spain. I watched Jumper on Disney Plus. What's the website again? It's Watch Any, like watch any movie. Watch Any, one word, .stream. And you just put in the title of the movie and it'll tell you where you can watch it. What is a VPN? That's a good question. I think it stands for Virtual Private Network. I think that's what VPN stands for. But there's these services, you can buy them. And, basically, Nat says that was the teleporting movie, right? Yes. Samuel Jackson with the blonde hair and Anakin Skywalker. I have NordVPN. It's a service that you buy that people say, you should use it to, to help kind of stop people from spying on you and all of that kind of stuff. But I use NordVPN. I think I paid, $24 for the year or something like that. It was some special that you can always find specials on them. So it was some special that they was running. So I paid $24 for the year. Pamela says, what was that website? WatchAny.stream. And they'll Netflix as well, too, because, a lot of those movies, a lot of stuff that you want to watch, movies and TV shows, where it ain't on Netflix here. If you have a Netflix account and a VPN, a lot of times you in business because it'll be on Netflix in Germany or, on Netflix in Spain or, in Ecuador or, Australia or Austria. Yeah, I'm telling you, my friend was teaching me stuff. But it's something to look into if you like stuff. But, all right, I was asking about TV shows and or movies that I should maybe watch. James says, get Cody on Fire Stick. That's not legal. That's not legal. It's readily accessible, and the chances of the federal government getting you for some copyright claim are very low, but they could. That's not legal. What I'm talking about is 100% legal. Let me see. The Residence on Netflix. Okay. I'll look into that. Mrs. Livingston been watching this show called Ready for Love. Lamont Jones says, just go to Hosify. I don't know what Hosify is. I'm going to type something in and then have a virus on my computer. That sound like, something bad. What is hosify? Hosify isn't just a mere reminder or tracker. It's a comprehensive tool that reminds, tracks, and provides detailed information about your medication. What? We must be talking about a different hosify. I'll have to look into hosify at some point. Yeah. Yes, here a hosify sounds illegal. Dina, I think we watched, is it on the third season? I think we watched the first and second season of, we haven't watched the latest season of Mayor of Kingstown. But we watched either the first and the second. I can't remember if we watched one or two. So I don't know what season it's on, but we didn't watch the latest season. It's not a bad show. It's not a bad show. Brent says Prime Target on Apple TV. Let me look. Prime Target. The world's greatest mind is now the most wanted. Leo Woodall and Quintessa Swindle, I hope I'm reading that right, star in Prime Target, now streaming. What's it about, though? Prime Target is a thriller series. Edward Brooks is analyzing prime numbers at Cambridge University. He's being monitored by NSA agents. Brooks' professor warns him off the project before being killed. While Sanders' colleagues are executed, she finds Brooks and helps keep him alive. They travel to Baghdad to continue the search. All right, I might give it a shot. I got Apple TV. I might give it a shot. Prime Target. All right. Who said that? Thank you, Brent. I will try Prime Target. The Residence is a Shonda Rhimes series. Enough said. I won't be watching that. All right, but Prime Target. I got Prime Target. So I'll check that out. Emanuel, is it NordVPN? It is $49. I do have NordVPN. But again, for me, it was like they was running some sort of a special. So I'm not telling you NordVPN is going to be $24. But when I got it, they were running some kind of a special. And I think it was like $24 for the year or something like that. No, these is up there in terms of price. But $4.39 a month, it's not that bad. You pay $105 for the first 24 months. That's $100 for 2 years worth of NordVPN. That's not that bad. That's not that bad. You beefing with Shonda Rhimes. I can't really mess with Shonda Rhimes. It's something about her stuff that just rubs me the wrong way. Like, she the one who did the thing that Kerry Washington was in, right? That was a Shonda Rhimes show. It's something about Shonda Rhimes stuff. And didn't she also do How to Get Away with Murder? Don't she have a habit of creating shows where the lead black woman is head over heels in love with a white man? Unless I'm thinking of the wrong person. She loves to pair black women with white men, and it almost make me feel like she think black men ain't good enough, you know. Yeah, Scandal. Yeah, that's her, right? Yeah. Yeah, I don't mess with Shonda Rhimes stuff. I don't mess with her stuff. I saw too many, black women. Too many black women messing with white men that they ain't had no business messing with. And I said I'll pass on her. Fake Dave Stinger said they always leave the white dude for a black one. I just can't do it. I can't do it. So yeah, if it's a Shonda Rhimes show, I wish the best for her. But I'll pass. Nat says, I've never watched any of her shows. Tanika says, I love Bridgerton by Shonda Rhimes. Is in Bridgerton, is there a black woman dating a white man? Tanika? And I'm asking, I've never seen it. I don't think I've ever heard of it. But is it a black woman, that's a lead or, higher up in the hierarchy of the stars of the show who's either married to a white man or married to a black man and dating a white man on the side or something like that? Yes, Shonda's stuff rubbed me the wrong way. Tanika says, nope. All right. Shocking. That was just in Scandal. She didn't do that in How to Get Away with Murder. Yes, she did. And then I watched that one because I like legal stuff, so I started watching it, but I had to get out. What is her name? The lead character. What is the lead character's name? Viola. Viola Davis was married to a white man. What do you mean she didn't do that in How to Get Away with Murder? She was married to a white man and she was cheating on him with the black dude. So what you mean? Eugene.
You something else.
What's up with you, twin?
Now took a nap, woke up. Hey, boy, he there still on. That's all right though. I was just watching that little Diddy trial on Inside Edition. They say the jury found him. He's guilty on a couple of charges, 4 of them at least, but they're trying to kind of hard to pinpoint him on their racketeering. So,
all right,
that's what they got to resume back tomorrow.
Yeah, they gonna hopefully they gonna have them either come up with a guilty or a not guilty. They don't want that.
Got to be like the that racketeering. That must got to be the serious charge they trying to nail.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But he must trying to get them because he said, "Hey, y'all need to go back up in there, deliberate some more." Because they asked him, of course, asked the judge. Hey, she sent them back in there. Hey, this ain't right. What part y'all understand of the questionnaire? Get back in there. So, I'm pretty sure they want to go home before the 4th. They don't want to come after, want to have a, case over with.
Well, but what they want to do, my understanding, I'm not a lawyer, but, what they want to do is they want to get a resolution on all the charges if they can. They want to get a resolution. Yeah.
Buddy, man, you did jury duty before?
No.
Oh.
They ain't never going to let me do no jury duty.
Oh. Why, because your name?
No, just because, they don't want people like me on jury duty.
Oh.
They want they want people who, aren't clear. And no, if you ever been on jury duty, this is not a shot at you. But on juries, they want people who they can manipulate to do what they want them to do. That's who they want on juries. They don't want people who are genuinely like, I think I'm smart enough, open-minded enough, fair enough to actually look at the evidence, to ignore all of the outside noise and all of the subliminal messaging and all that kind of stuff, but to look at the facts and judge the case based on that and not be influenced by my other peers, so-called, on this jury or by the judge or, none of that kind of stuff. They don't want open-minded people who are intelligent and strong and, have convictions. That's not who they want on juries.
I don't think so, man. On some cases. For the latest case you had in Cincinnati, like the Ray Tins and the Tracy Hunter, they wanted that case, them two cases.
No, but they didn't. That's what I'm saying. They wanted people who they could manipulate to find Tracy Hunter guilty. They didn't want people who was going to look at the evidence and say, y'all didn't prove nothing. That's not what they wanted.
Man, they knew what they wanted. That's why they picked the people on them two cases I just said.
I think we might be saying the same thing.
You just said it a different way. What other way? I mean, you just said the
That's why I
same
said
thing.
we might be saying the same thing.
You said they don't want nobody with an open mind and they want somebody like, no, don't, what you say, judge book by its cover or whatever, to character their content or something like that, when you consider that?
I'm not 100% sure what
like
you just said.
If P. Diddy, I know he did this and stuff, he's big time and he manipulated him and all that.
Yeah, that's what that's what they want on these juries.
That's what they want?
Yes.
I just said that.
That's why I said we saying the same thing.
But I thought they wanted somebody, I'm thinking in my mind though, really, that they want somebody like, hey, you don't know this person and go off your own, Killer Instinct or whatever. Your own mind. You don't know this person. Just block them out. But most of the people, they get in there, hey, he guilty.
That's what they want. Yeah, that's what they want. They want somebody that's kind of been watching the news, who done already made up their mind that they the person is guilty. And those are the people that
I thought they asked you if you been watching this case or something like that before they,
They probably do, but just because you watch...
I thought that's what have you been seeing the case? Have you been doing this? Oh, you can't be a jury then.
Yeah, no.
I thought they said like that.
No.
Oh, I didn't know how that stuff worked. I thought they'd go off something like that.
They could potentially use something like that to get you kicked off a jury, but the gist of it is, if they want you on the jury and you've been watching the news, but they've already determined that you made up your mind, really all that judge had to ask you is, all right, Twin, you say you've been watching the news, whatever. Can you disregard all of that and just base your judgment on nothing but facts presented in this trial? And if you say, I can do that, then they'd be like, all right, then he can be on the trial if they want you. Now, if not, the defense can be like, nah, he done been watching the trial. And if you somebody that they already don't want, then they'd be like, yeah, he been watching it. He done made up his mind. All right, we kick him off the jury.
Because I thought, I forgot, I don't know if it's this case or last case, somebody else case. One dude like, I've been watching and I don't think this right for me. And he dismissed himself off the case. I don't know if it was Diddy or some case I was watching.
Well, I'm not sure that you can dismiss yourself off the case. I don't think it works like that.
Yeah, you can.
Huh?
Yeah, you can.
No, I don't think you can. No, I don't think you can. But
okay, Mr. Lloyd.
But I don't think you can. But I think I mean, it's reasonable that if you say, no, I can't judge this with a fair mind, then they'll kick you off the case. But you can't just go in there like, you know what? I don't want to be on no jury. I'm kicking myself off. They're going to be like, sit your ass down. We got some questions for you. You can't just disqualify yourself. You can't do
I
it.
think you can, man.
I'm telling you, you can't. You can tell them that you don't want to do it. You can tell them this is why you don't want to do it, and then they may say, "Okay, you're dismissed." But they dismiss
likely
you.
they will say
You
that.
don't dismiss yourself.
You could go in there and tell them, man, hey, I don't feel comfortable. I've been watching the case and, let's make up some conflict of interest or something.
And then they'll ask you whatever they want to ask you, and they can still say, sit your ass down, you ain't going nowhere, and put you on the jury if they want to. You can't dismiss yourself. They can dismiss you. So you can go in there and say whatever you want to say, and there are things that may, kind of lean to the fact that, hey, we're going to dismiss this person, but you don't have the final say, is what I'm telling you.
Yeah, I understand. That's all I had to say. I didn't know you was still on, so I looking at my messages.
Do you not work for Kroger no more?
Why you say that?
Cause shouldn't you be at work?
I'm about to go in a minute. I gotta be there 8 o'clock. Yeah.
Don't you have to walk? Like, you say you ain't got no car, you got to walk to work, and you only got 45 minutes, bro. You better get to stepping.
Gotta ride, man. I ain't worry about that, man. I worry about it. Car don't make me, man. You got other stuff. Probably have one for this weekend. I've been looking for one.
Okay.
I want to, make sure my money right. I want to. My girl said, don't go get no down payment. I mean, don't go get a monthly car. I said, man, I'm thinking about it. I saw this nice Kia. I want it.
You know they be stealing them Kias, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not bad.
But you're going to get a Kia anyway, just to get it stolen?
Oh, man.
Don't you live in an area of town where they be stealing stuff?
Yeah, they still everywhere, man. Ain't nowhere safe. They still everywhere.
But you're going to get the number one
See
stolen
what
car.
They steal any car, man.
Okay. I'm just checking, bro. I'm just looking out for you. But
just make sure Walker Funeral Home and all them funeral homes ready for a body.
What homes?
Walker Funeral Home, Spring Grove, all of them. Just make sure they're ready for a body.
Hold on. Say this for me. Funeral.
Man, I'm not about to be Mr. Correctional and everything every day. Whatever come out my mouth, whatever. Whether Chevy, Buick,
I don't think
whatever.
that's a word.
Don't correct me, mister.
How do you spell funeral? That's not. Those aren't even letters that we use in English. Funeral.
Hey, was you ever a major teacher or something? A scholar or anything?
No, but I think you do that stuff on purpose because I think you know that it vexes me when you say stuff like Brewick and Frumer. Yeah, I think you know that bothers me, and that's the reason why you say it.
I'm not you, man. I don't, deceive and when trying to provoke people and all that. I'm not that type of person.
Well, just for me, because
but you do it on purpose. I don't do that, man.
Twin,
I don't try to, downplay people.
Okay, twin, are we cool?
Yeah, for right now.
All right. So if we cool, can you do me one favor?
Man, I'm not listening to you, man. Whatever come out my mouth, come out my mouth. I'll pronounce.
Hold on,
if I pronounce it right, well.
You don't even know what I'm gonna ask you, bro. We cool. I'm about to ask you to do me a favor.
Go ahead, man. Oh, it's your show. Go ahead.
Will you, just for me, will you say few?
Who?
Few. Like a few people went to the store. Few.
What? Few people?
Yeah, few.
What about?
I just wanted you to say few.
So we're in English class now? You trying to correct me, Sean?
No, who says I'm trying to correct you? I just wanted you to say few.
Yes, you do it all the time. Whatever come out my mouth.
Because I know if you can say few, you can say funeral. That's
Man,
it.
funeral, man. I can
No, see?
funeral, man. Dang.
There, that's better. Thank you. Funeral. Thank you.
God. You be tripping,
No,
man.
I just wanted you to do me that favor. You know it vexes me, man. You know it do.
No.
You do it on purpose.
No, I don't. I swear I don't do that. I don't do that, man. I'm not that type of person. I don't do that. That will come out my mouth. It'll come out my mouth. If I pronounce it wrong, okay. You try to correct me so I got to understand it, but hey, I'm not gonna listen to you half the time because you be on mess.
But why would you not listen to a person try to help you?
Not you, because you be, I don't know. I can't trust you.
Why? What have I ever steered you
Man,
wrong?
I don't know, man. You sometime, man.
Have I ever steered you wrong?
Probably not.
Right. So why would you not trust a person who has never steered you wrong? That's the person you should be trusting.
Man, you sometime, man.
Like,
One minute you cool, next minute you try to raise somebody's blood pressure.
No, in all
you know
reality,
how you is, man. And then because I even you said it, I do it on purpose.
Twin, in all
What's
reality,
they show me? I can't show you. You say you do it on purpose.
Twin, in all reality,
how can I? Go ahead.
In all reality, this is what really should be happening. If you're having a conversation and you're about to say a difficult word, you should call me and be like, yo, Emanuel, how do you pronounce this? And then I tell you, and then you pronounce it right. There's no reason that you should not trust me.
Negative. I'm not doing that. You done lost your rabbit, man.
Like, you should have my number on speed dial. I should be getting tired of you calling me like, what, twin? Funeral. Funeral. No, not through. Funeral. Yes, that's it. All right. I'll let you later. What, twin? What? Buick. No, not brew. We not drinking beer. Not brew. Yeah, Buick. Yeah, there you go. That's it. All right. Talk to you later. You know what I'm saying? What? Twin? Damn, bro. Or what? Dwell. Dwell. Not dwell. Dwell.
Man, you lucky I like you,
dwell.
man.
Yeah, that got you. You good. All right. I'll let you later. That's what it should be all day. Just my phone ringing.
That's not gonna happen, player. I hate to say it, but that's not gonna happen. No, you cool though, man. You made me laugh today. You know, I've lifted somebody's spirit because I wasn't right, man.
Oh, I'm glad you're right.
I wasn't too happy that day. You know, you make me laugh, but I'm still not gonna listen to you.
Well,
you keep trying like the lottery, though.
Well, here's what I want you to do. I want you to go ahead. You got comfortable shoes?
Yeah.
All right, get them comfortable shoes on and get to stepping.
That's not a good word of encouragement. So,
yeah, I don't want you late for work, bro. You got to walk to work. I don't want you late. I do not want you to lose your job. They already got that daggone robot there to take your job, bro. Don't give them an excuse to fire you. Just go ahead, get to stepping, get to work.
They got that who?
They got that robot to take your job already. He's just waiting, peeking around the corner like, is this brother taking a break when he ain't got no business taking a break? And then he, just automatically, Eugene is taking a break. And he should not be taking a break. And next thing you know, your supervisor like, what you doing, twin? Oh, man, I was just telling. How you know I was taking a break? The robot told me. You know what I'm saying? He already looking. He wants your job. Don't give him an excuse.
Man, that's what they got, what they call them things. Secret, some protection. Loss prevention. That's why they got them. Just stay at home and just watch their camera.
Yeah, loss prevention. That's what they got them, loss prevention. You are stealing time when you are not working, when you're supposed to be working. They are there for loss prevention to make sure you don't steal time. And when you start stealing time, they going to get rid of you, bro. I'm just saying, I want you to get to work on time.
I go by the book, so why would you... I go by the book, so why would you, put that on my life?
I don't know that you go by the book, bro. You used to be in the milk section talking on the phone. That is not going by the book.
How do they know I was in there though? You the only one know.
That robot, that's what I'm telling you. That robot was watching.
There ain't no damn robot coming on cool.
That robot was
on the
watching.
outside,
Twin is
auditing
on the phone.
auditing the product, the merch,
is
man.
using profanity. You know, and you're going to be like, you know, how y'all know I was on the fucking phone? And they be like, the robot told me. I'm going to fuck that robot. It's going to be too late. They're going to fire you.
You crazy, dude. He's crazy.
I'm telling you,
said,
bro.
It's a robot. How you gonna say that about Barney, man? Barney D.
I'm telling you, bro. They watching you. Don't think that they got a robot in there. That robot ain't watching you.
Man, that robot watching the prices. He does Miss Hoes and all that.
All right.
Whatever ain't in that on the shelf or whatever. He calculates that. That's
Okay. All right.
$20,000, whatever much it costs.
All right.
Yeah. One little kid, real talk, yesterday, one little kid tried to kick it, man. I was dying laughing. Mama, he falling in the booth? I said, he ain't gonna fall. He got to be real strong to tackle that little thing. The kid tried to kick it down.
All right. They didn't bring that robot in there for nothing, bro. I'm telling you.
Okay, man. I'm going to let you play.
All right. Hey, have a good day at work. All right. That's Twin. I just be trying to help. That robot gonna tell on him. He don't think so. That robot gonna tell. All right. I think that's about it. I think I'm about to get out of here. All hearts and minds are clear. Jerica called. I'm sorry, Jerica, I missed your call. I'll give you a couple minutes if you want to call in. I'll give you a couple minutes. Is this still live? This is still live. Yes, we are live. We are live. He really think you can dismiss yourself from jury duty. That's not how it works. That is not how it works. All right, y'all. I guess I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. Are you going to finish Ironheart tonight? Oh, tonight is when the rest of them is up. I don't know if I'll finish it tonight. I might watch an episode or two. If I can't sleep, because, I'll be having insomnia. If I can't sleep, then I might watch it. But I'll probably watch at least one episode. Jerica.
Why are you still on at this hour? I mean, of course, I'm not mad about it. But I know everybody who's listening is like, tell her to shut up because I don't want him to get off. But what are you still doing here? You guys must have had some deep conversations.
No, I'm getting ready to go.
Well, not with Twin and CK, of course, because that's surface at the most.
Twin and CK are two of the best callers in Cincinnati talk radio in the landscape.
For some shows, they're the only callers, so go figure. But I get it. Nevertheless, what are your thoughts about this whole Diddy thing? What do you think is going to happen?
Well, I mean, I think he's going to be found not guilty.
You think so?
Yeah.
So you think this was just a ploy to just, put out there all that he's done? Because clearly the whole Cassie thing, she was good until somebody released something, and then it was like, okay, now she has to speak up. Because what woman at 9 months pregnant will want to bring this to the table? But, do you think it was just a way to put out there all the nasty things that he does, or what's the reason?
No, I mean, I think he got caught. He got caught up doing stuff he ain't had no business doing. The federal government got a hold of it, and for whatever reason, they decided to prosecute. I think it's a honest and legitimate prosecution.
Yeah, I think it's legit too, though. But yeah,
I'm not sure that they're gonna find him guilty on the charges.
Right.
But again, I'm that's just my thoughts on it. But we'll see.
But it sounds
what
like there's enough evidence to support it, though, right? He's like transporting bitches across state lines. And I know Twin initially said he used to transport bitches across state lines, and he changed it and said he was just transporting them county to county. So I don't know what that looks like. But yeah, it sounds like it's legit, though. Like he legit has been doing this.
It sounds like it's legit, but again, I'm not all that familiar with the law in terms of the specific laws that they say he broke it and what are the elements that they need to prove. And we got to keep in mind, even if they did prove all the elements, if somebody, jury nullification is real. And so if there's somebody that's just like, I don't want to find him guilty, then,
it'll be a mistrial.
Yeah. What can you do?
But then he'd have to turn around and go back through all of this again. And what's sad is that they're putting his children through this, right? Like,
no,
we're adults. We all know people are freaks. But it's really sad that they're putting the children and the victims through this.
I don't know that I agree with that.
No? You don't think his kids matter?
No, I think, some of the things that I've heard is that some of his children are, kind of participate in similar things.
Well, the sons, yes. But I'm talking about the daughters.
Well, I wouldn't say
like
that.
The daughters graduated from high school and their father wasn't even there.
Well, I wouldn't.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I think they're going through a lot, in my opinion.
But I would blame Diddy for everything that they're going through. That's 100% on him. If you're not out there freaking and beating people and blowing up cars or whatever he's accused of doing, your kids don't have to go through none of this.
Yeah.
So it's 100% on Diddy.
I agree. I just think that they have to experience that because, they're girls. They're young girls. They're in high school. Their father is being, paraded around because of what he did, of course, but still.
They rich. You get the good with the bad.
Well, they are. They are rich,
You
but
take the
still.
good with the bad. Now, if they was some poor people.
And they lost their mother.
If they was
and their mother may or may not have been killed by their father.
If they was some poor people barely scraping by, then I would be like, oh. But in terms of, and I know people don't agree with me on this, but I think when you financially well off, you just have to.
Don't matter?
To some degree, yeah. I don't feel bad.
Oh my God, you do not think that? Stop it.
I don't feel bad for them. Like,
they're children.
Are they worried about is they gonna eat every day? I feel bad for people who don't know where their next meal is coming from.
That sentence was grammatically incorrect, but I got you.
But yeah, I worry about people
who don't know they gonna eat every day.
Yeah, who don't know where their next meal is gonna come from. I worry about people who you know what I'm saying, don't maybe, sleeping in a hot house and it's 100 degrees outside and they ain't got no electricity and no AC. You know what I'm saying? I worry about people like that. People who got everything, but, oh, my dad did some bad stuff and I have to hear about it. You be all right.
Okay. We'll just agree to disagree on that because I feel bad for the kids to have to experience that because what's being paraded around now. Of course, he's clearly an abuser, but if he gets found not guilty or there is a mistrial, they have to go through all this again. Not guilty. What did they just put out there? Like he's an abuser. He victimizes people, and he's still going to be on these streets.
Let me ask you
this.
Which
is unfortunate.
Why you
if he invited you to his welcome home party, would you go?
Absolutely not. I'm not trying to get none of that stuff. But let me ask you this. Do you think his daughters would trade places with some poor people who don't know where their next meal is coming from? Ain't got no electricity, ain't got no clothes, none of that kind of stuff.
No.
But they love their parents and their parents are shining beacons in their eyes.
Well, their parents are not alive. It's just one. Now, I will say that I would think that maybe they would switch places if their mother was still here, right? Like if they said, you know what, you can switch places with a person that is low income, but we're going to make sure that your mother is here with you. I bet they would switch places.
I'm sorry,
but I don't know because I don't know them like that.
Say that again.
Because you know their mother is deceased, right?
Okay, that's sad.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Like I think no, in this situation, no, I don't think they would ever switch places, but if they were to be proposition with the possibility of switching places and having their mother there with them, I think they would.
Well, there's some poor people who mama dead too.
Okay.
So would they switch places with that person to have this shining example of
They
a father?
may.
I don't think they would.
Okay.
I'm just saying, I don't think.
I don't know. I don't know them. I don't know I don't know the humility of them, right? I mean, there are a lot of people who are very arrogant and very, like, they lack a lot of humility, and they wouldn't do that, you know? So I don't know.
I feel like there are some poor people who don't know where their next meal is coming from, and they got a nasty daddy too.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, you know, hey, at least they know where their next meal coming from. They got, you know, they live a life of privilege. So I don't. They got to deal with it and get over it.
All right. Well, it's still kids in my eyes, but I get it. I hear what you're saying. So I appreciate the feedback.
Yeah, I don't feel bad for none of them. And I'm not blaming. I ain't mad at them, but I don't feel bad for them.
No, of course not.
Yeah, your daddy is a nasty
I think
dude.
the boys have engaged in it.
Yeah.
I think the boys were well aware of what was happening, and they probably took part in it because, of course, I mean, if my daddy getting bitches, I'm getting bitches. So, you know, I think that's happened. But when it comes to the girls, you know, I feel for them. I feel for them.
Why? They probably
because
knew
God
what they
forbid
daddy
they
was
become.
doing.
God forbid they become victims of a situation such as this, right? These girls are just graduating from high school. Let's say they run into a P. Diddy. You know what I mean?
They knew
Like,
what their daddy was doing. You
that's
can't
what I'm
convince
saying,
me they didn't know what their daddy was doing.
You think they didn't? You think they knew that their dad was beating women?
Yes.
You think the girls knew?
Yes.
Oh, I don't think
Why
so.
wouldn't they know?
Okay.
If he
I don't
was
know. I don't
beating
think they
women
did.
around everybody else, why wouldn't he be beating women around them? Why wouldn't they have heard about it? If everybody else in the world had heard about it, why wouldn't they have heard about it? Allegedly, he was beating their mama. Why would they not know this? Because they girls?
Oh, yeah.
And somehow girls don't know bad stuff?
No. Well, I'm just more sensitive to girls. But, I mean, I hear what you're saying. But at the end of the day, we know that children love their parents regardless of what they do, right? So, I mean, children can be abused by their parents and still love them to death. But, I mean, you still feel for them. And, yeah, I just do. So, I mean, it is what it is.
I mean, hold on. I feel for them in the sense that, you know, I wish that they didn't have a nasty-ass daddy. But I just...
Well, that sounds good, because what it sounds like you just said was, fuck them kids. I don't give a fuck about them. They got money. They'll be okay. Fuck the fact that they knew that their daddy was fucking off with these bitches. That's what it sounded like you were saying.
Well,
But
hold on. Let me clarify, because I'm going to probably get closer to that. But...
I hate you so much.
So, I'm saying I feel for, you know, really anybody, because we're all humans, but I feel more for, there are so many other people in so many worse conditions than them. I'm not going to waste, you know, my sympathy on them, because again, they probably live in the lap of luxury and they'll be okay.
Right.
They can afford counseling and all of that kind of stuff, but they ain't worried about what they gonna eat. They ain't worried about where they gonna sleep. They ain't out there in the streets, you know, doing sexual acts to people for, you know, food. You know what I'm saying? There are a lot more people to be worried about than them because they daddy nasty.
Okay. All right. I hear what you're saying. We'll disagree is disagree. I think I'm extending a little bit more empathy towards the girls than you are, which is perfectly fine, right? Because, I mean, it doesn't mean that you don't care that, you know, but, yeah, you're pretty much like, fuck them girls. But I
don't
get
want to see nothing bad happen to them or nothing.
Of course not. But, you know, it is what it is. It's unfortunate, right? Because, unfortunately, there are parents who make very bad decisions, and the children are the ones who ultimately suffer for them, right? Suffer from those decisions that they make. And it's just unfortunate. It's just very unfortunate. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think they knew.
Them girls did not know that their daddy was acting like this towards women.
Why
well,
would
you know,
they-
I don't know.
No, for real. Help me understand. Why do you think they wouldn't know?
Because so my father, oh God, my father was very abusive to my mother. I had no idea. I didn't know until I walked in on something, right? But it had been happening for years, and I was 13 years old. I had no idea. No clue. It was protected from me, and my mother made sure it was protected from me, so I had no clue. But once I found out, and once she found out that I found out, that was her out, right? Like she did not want me to see it, to think it was okay, anything like that, right? So that was her exit.
But
so I mean, it could be that way.
And hold on, but now my point is, you say you found out when you were 13. Do you think that could have existed in the same house with you, say, as a 16-year-old, and you not know?
A 3-year difference? Yes, it could happen. Because at the age of 13, right, you yourself even talked about the other day how you want to be out with your friends. You don't want to be home and underneath your parents. So you're moving about in your own realm, in your own life. So you're in and out the house. You don't know what's going on when you're not there. I just happened to come home, and they thought I wasn't home.
At the age,
and I walked in on something I wasn't supposed to see.
At the age of 16, I think I would have recognized some signs. You know what I'm saying? That I might not have recognized at the age of 13.
Was your father abusive to your mom?
No.
So you have no clue what those signs look like?
Of course I do.
How would you know the signs?
We've all heard about signs of abuse.
Well, I mean, the signs of abuse aren't always textbooks, sir, if we're going to be honest with each other.
But no, they're not always textbook. But
especially as a kid.
But hold on, but keep in mind,
kid, you don't know what this.
But keep in mind, Diddy was giving chicks black eyes and stuff like that, forcing them to cover it up with makeup and stuff. I think I would have noticed, my mama with a black eye. Like, hey, mama got a black eye.
Okay.
Mama, where you get that black eye from? At some point around the age of 16, I think I would have been noticing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like, dang, mama holding her ribs,
I completely understand that. I agree. But what you can't notice is the emotional abuse that takes place, right? You don't see those things because there aren't signs of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's not physical, visual signs of that. So, I mean, sometimes you just don't know. Like,
hold on, but again, we're talking.
I hate to bring his name up.
Hold on, but we're specifically talking about Diddy and these allegations, and his signs were physical. Like, he was beating the F out of people.
His signs initially were emotional, right? His signs initially were emotional, right? Because that's what you do. As a perpetrator, you get them emotionally, right? You get them emotionally and mentally, then it crosses.
But by the time these girls were 16, but by the time these girls were 16, chicks was walking around them with black eyes and stuff.
Oh, I don't know that.
What?
I don't know that because I haven't heard that kind of testimony from them.
What are you talking about?
How do we know that?
How old are they?
How do we know that they saw those?
Hold on. How old are they?
They're like 16. Well, they're like 18 now.
Right. So 2
but how
years
do we know
ago,
that they saw those things?
2 years
You're
ago,
speculating.
So 2 years ago, wasn't Cassie testifying that she was having black eyes, and the other chick was testifying that she was having black eyes and all of that kind of stuff?
Did she say that girls were putting makeup on her face to help her cover it up?
So you think that those girls?
How do you know that the girls could have been protected?
Oh, okay. They knew.
Emanuel,
they knew.
Stop it.
They knew. I don't know why you think that these girls didn't know, especially as open and blatant, allegedly, as Diddy was with the stuff that he was doing. They never heard
no. They lived in another house. I don't know. My gosh.
But the boys knew. But the boys knew.
Well, I think the boys took part in it.
Oh.
No, I think the boys are benefiting from it.
Oh, how do you know that?
I think they were getting pussy just like the daddy was.
Hold on, how do you know that?
I don't know. I said I think. That's why I said I think, sir. You know, what that implies is that I don't know.
I think the boys knew and the girls knew. I think they all knew.
Okay.
And they all knew that they were benefiting from it.
As it is.
They all knew.
Then I'm not going to argue. Well, sir, since you are all knowing, I will no longer go back and forth with you. I will simply say and sit down on my throne and say, I think. But because you are all knowing, SCK said, you think you know every motherfucking thing. you think you better than everybody else anyway. And you smarter than everybody else. Ain't no point in us even having a conversation with you, punk ass.
They knew.
You know everything. You don't like black men. You don't like black people. If you could just be honest with yourself. You have a spirit of a white man. I hate you so much.
Jerica,
I will talk to you soon.
I appreciate your call.
I appreciate you. Bye.
All right. Yeah, why the girls didn't know? The boys knew. The girls didn't know. Come on. They all knew. Apparently everybody in his circle knew. Like, it was common knowledge for the people in his circle and the people outside of his circle. Everybody knew except the girls. Literally everybody knew except those two girls. They knew. Maybe they didn't feel like it was their place to do or say anything. That's reasonable. But they knew. Caller.
Hey, buddy. How's it going?
Hey, how you doing, Blade?
Hey, pretty good. Hey, I ain't trying to be funny, and don't you know Jerica sound like Shelly?
I don't hear Shelly when I hear Jerica.
The raspy just in the voice. I ain't saying she talk. I ain't saying she think like her. She just sound like her.
I don't hear it.
I do.
Okay.
Hey, man. Good conversation, man. Good show. I'm kind of confused if a man is beating on a woman and the female and the male, the son and the daughter's there, why they don't know the same? Why is it that the boys automatically know, but the girl don't?
I don't understand that either. That's the part that I was trying to get to that I don't understand. The boys know. The girls, they couldn't know. Like, I don't understand it.
Because I don't know the last caller's age, but everybody know Diddy been doing this since he was throwing them parties at the college he went to. And when he was throwing parties at the college he went to, people died at some of his parties.
Well, but they didn't like necessarily die by his hands. I mean, it was some, a door locked or something like that, and they got squashed or whatever. But that wasn't him just out there beating people to death or anything like that.
No, I ain't saying now he was beating nobody, but he was weird back then. I mean, I don't understand why they didn't do something back then, but they kept on having them parties at that college, and then he just went on from there. But when he had his show, he was kind of showing himself, and he's kind of flamboyant. And when he was making people walk and get cheesecake and all that stuff, he was weird back then too.
I agree. That was weird. It was more weird when people did it, but it was weird.
Yeah, but people was trying to get fame, but all his artists, he ripped all of them. I don't think nobody really made any money. Do you know any artists that Diddy produced made any money or can get any money now?
Well, I don't follow their finances like that, so I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, then, she kind of sound like, I was wondering, like, damn, is that Shelly calling back trying to act black? But, they next time Shelly called, kind of put your ear to it. They kind of sound alike, man.
I'll pay more attention.
Okay, man. Have a good one. Hey, one more thing. Some today parents would never be like our parents growing up. Our parents had more power and demand, more demanding of us. These parents now, I kind of heard a couple of your callers earlier. They just happy that they got kids.
Okay.
Okay. Hey, have a good one.
You too, Blake.
Uh-huh.
All right. That was Blake. I don't hear the similarity between Jerica and Shelly. I'll pay attention next time. I will pay attention next time. Andrea says maybe he shielded the girls but included the boys because he thought it was a guy thing. But there's no evidence to say that. And that's why I'm saying like if there was some evidence, testimony or something about the kids, then maybe, but there's no evidence one way or the other. So just to come to the conclusion that, and Shahira says it's 3 girls. I didn't know that. Thank you for the correction. But to come to the conclusion that, oh, it's girls. They couldn't know. Like, why couldn't they know? Because they're girls. But why would they not know? Because they're girls. What about the boys? Oh, they knew. But why do you think they knew? Because they're boys. But like, why do we think that they knew? Because they're boys. And the girls didn't know because they're girls. Like, that don't make, what is it? Like, what is, just by virtue of the fact that they're girls, they couldn't know? Like, that doesn't make sense to me. And if he was as open with what he was doing as it seems based on, all of what we heard about that was presented at trial, it doesn't seem like you would be able to shield people from the knowledge of this if people who just knew you in passing, knew that you was beating chicks. Like, if everybody knew, well, but the girls didn't know. Why not? Because they're girls. That don't make sense to me. And I'm not saying that I know with 100% certainty that they knew. I'm saying, tell me, why do you think they didn't know? Because they're girls. That ain't saying nothing. So girls don't know just by the... It just... Girls don't know stuff. Not bad stuff. Boys know bad stuff. Girls only know good stuff. And I'd like to think if I lived in a house with a parent that was being beaten so severely that they had black eyes and bruises all over that they had to cover with makeup for weeks at a time, I might notice something at the age of 16. But that's just me. Genesis, I just hope the behavior they witness doesn't make them think it's norm. Apparently, it's impossible for girls to witness bad behavior. She didn't say that, but she kind of suggested it. All right, y'all. I got to get out of here. I do have to get out of here. It is almost 8 o'clock. What is wrong with y'all? I blame y'all. I blame the little baby for me breaking the Target boycott. And I blame y'all for me being on here until almost 8 o'clock. And Twin, what are you doing, bro? You got to be at work in like 9 minutes. Shahira says Cassie wasn't around the kids. They mama was. They mama was around them. And according to reports, he beat her and gave her black eyes and bruises, and she had to cover it up. And why would you assume Cassie was never around the kids? So you don't think Cassie ever met them kids? And the other lady, the other 2 women, you don't think they ever met his daughters? That's not reasonable. That's not reasonable. I mean, maybe. Hold on, was there testimony somewhere in court where Cassie said, I've never even met his daughters? Was that somehow testified to in court? Because where are we getting that Cassie was never around the girls? Where are we getting that? Y'all just making that assumption? Or was that, and this is a question, I mean, was there testimony that Cassie has never met his daughters? Because y'all saying it, like it's fact. And if I'm wrong and I got the facts wrong, I want to be correct. Like I said, 2 girls, but I was corrected, 3. Okay, I'll stand corrected. All right, y'all. I got to get ready to get out of here. Maybe we'll pick it up tomorrow. I'll do some research. Cassie testified she was, I'm going to stress a word, hardly around the kids and was jealous of Kim because of it. Cassie testified she was hardly around the kids. That means she was around them sometimes. See, if you would have said Cassie testified she was never around the kids, then I'd have been like, okay, she was never around the kids. But when you say somebody was hardly around the kids, that means that sometimes they were. But you said earlier that Cassie wasn't around the kids. And now you're saying she was hardly around the kids. So is it she wasn't around the kids or she was around the kids sometimes, but not a lot? I know all of that stuff sound, but you know what I'm saying? Pesky details. Those are 2 conflicting statements. So which is it? Cassie was never around the kids or Cassie was hardly around the kids? Of course, she didn't never meet them. She could meet them, not have a black eye, but she could have met them and had a black eye. I'm just saying, when you say she wasn't around them, that takes away even the possibility of them ever seeing a black eye. But when you say she was around them sometimes, maybe not a lot, then that means there's a possibility that they saw some stuff. That's, for real, that's an important distinction. You be trying to hang on every word. Some words are very important. Some words are very important. People just, I'm not saying Hira, but people just, they slip words in and out and think it don't make a difference. But it's never, sometimes, hardly, never. Like they make a big difference. Possible, impossible. Makes a difference. That's all I'm saying. All right, I gotta go. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. Enjoy the rest of your evening. It's at 8 p.m. at night. So enjoy the rest of your evening. It wasn't too bad out there today. So I want to say stay cool because it's kind of cool. But enjoy your evening. And as always, Janice, I agree with you, by the way. Children are intuitive. They knew. Yeah, they knew. As always, be the reason that somebody smiles today. Till next time, I'm out, y'all. Peace.